I don't think that opener was clean. Yeah. I got rooted out and I didn't get the step that I wanted. You sell them back? What do you mean? The rep tokens? I've been always capped on flight stones. I'm trying to get rid of all these things in my bags without wasting them. But yeah, they normally at the end of the season, they just convert them to like gray items. They give you gold. How many alt rogues do you have? 4 on an A, yeah. 1 Asa, 3 outlaw. Really dance charge starved. Maybe we should have dueled to avoid the oblivion, I guess. I think it has to be shaman though, warlocks are immortal. Lock just literally out heals this healer. 5 million healing. Not watching AWC? We could. I'm not in it though today. So. And I'm just feeling like playing a little bit today. As and then we're playing Rogue Boomy, it looks like, into PMake playing FMP. Maybe I could have kicked that. Nice. Kick stuff. Evasion did not get scattered there. Hit blades for the next go. Got the sack off somehow. If he gets the bot, maybe I'll duel. Or two. Got the CS though. Got turtle. Sucks I danced, but maybe I can farm dance charge off the pet. Solo bomb. I don't get a half sap. And she's just chilling. How you doing, Kev1? How you doing, man? That's playing Killing Spree. Super good. I appreciate it, man. Depends on what expansion. I think now modern Warlock, probably Destro if it's the best, but I hate Demo with a passion. Old school Warlock, I loved Affliction. I think it was kind of cool. Please go sub. I don't want to play sub healer twos, man. Sub is not a viable DPS. I just played a couple of games of sub rogue mage twos. Sub is just a support bot to get carried by a Warlock or a Mage or a Boomy, but like Outlaw can do the same CC while just being better. There's no point to play sub. It needs like a 20% buff minimum, and then a bunch of classes need a rework to just be less lame to fight. Best spec for beginner Rogue? Probably Asa. We're just not playing Rogue at all. Rogue, no matter what spec you play, Rogue is a little more advanced than most of like the ret DH kind of classes. I'd say like the only easy caster is probably Ellie Shaman. But if you want ultimate Xbox controller, play BM Hunter. How you doing, Emma? Not sure why we're dying. And I guess it is Dragon Rage, but still. Can't wait for Kata. I'm so over dragons and moonkins every game. I'm gonna wait on this AR until everything lines up. I think he might just be dead. Guess I could have blinded him sooner, but like not even Dragon Rage. Just mashes Disintegrate and does crazy damage for no reason. Bad. So we're losing the mastery at sub? Yeah. Because you can get 130% mastery while still playing 4-set. But sub will do no damage no matter what build you play. Unless you're fighting a really, really bad player. And they're not a orc and they have no trinket and they're already at low HP. And you have blades and they have no defensives. And you pre-ramp up flag. All the way to 30 stacks. But at the end of the day, there's no magical way to make sub ever do more than half of someone's health without like crazy stars aligned crits on the squishiest thing possible. But like blades can't even reliably break Dark Pact anymore. So like yeah. Just try to play clean and just accept that you're a worse version of Outlaw. And if you want to one-shot people, play Windwalker instead. Or Dragon or Boomkin. Or GH. Or Asa even, because Asa can 40-0 people with Kingsbane. Yeah. At the end of the day, you don't really want to go past 130 mastery. Because your secondaries are going to start DRing. You should get an add-on called Brewstat Value. Kunistad, thank you so much for the tier 1, for the 10-monther. Appreciate it, man. First sub of the day. I think you can go up to about the start of 30%. Like if I go on the tournament realm, I set up a sub rogue for fun. But I'm never gonna play it, but just to like see what the stats would look like. And I don't even think this is possible because it's mostly PvE gear that doesn't even exist in the real game. Like you can't get this ring, I don't think. And obviously PvE weapons. But like obviously I could change the gems and enchants and stuff around. But with NG, goggles, and bracers, I could play 4-piece and be at 130 mastery while still being 30 crit. Because once you start going into 30% DR, Versa becomes more valuable. Or about the same value, while just being more flexible. And you do want some crit, so secret tech crits. Because you never really play Cold Blood anymore. But yeah, if I changed this to like a crafted necklace, changed this to like a crafted ring, this was just a verse crit dagger, and then this was like a 525 crafted verse mastery dagger, it'd be about the same still. Because I would gain a lot of mastery on the necklace. And you could just have a world PvP cape also. Gwen breaks me out of the incap. Am I gonna reinsap Druid out of that? I'm fighting druids and twos. Not sure what pulled me out of stealth before the disarm, but I had no dots or anything. Where even is the druid? I was definitely behind that fist. I was unlucky. Kenny for Druid in 4. Main cap, please 8-0 him with something like. Druid still certain now. Are you guys trying to win next week? Not really. I mean, we're not going to try to lose, but we do not have the connections in sweaty war games or the comps. We're not really playing like every class, you know? Yeah, the best healers by far right now are Holy Priest and Dragon. It's not even remotely close. There's a couple like niche specific matchup picks where like maybe Shaman is good in like a Rogue Boomy mirror. But like Dragon and Priest fit almost every comp. Druid is actually kind of weak right now outside of twos. Druid is broken in twos, but no one cares about twos. Meta is also Boomy anything is good. Not just Outlaw. And it's funny because almost every spec in the game doubles Outlaw's damage. It does not scale with gear at all. Like DH, Ellie, Boomy, Arcane. It's hard to not think of a class that doesn't 15 mil to 20 mil gap a rogue in a long 10-minute dampening game. Even if you get good Blade Flurry. Oh, I had a sap, man. That fear fucks me. Probably shouldn't have traded that. That was DR. It was a bad fear. I need to stop trying to kick penance versus this guy. He never actually casts it. He just fakes first takes penance every time. But I mean, at least it's still making him not use penance. Even if he fakes it, he's not getting all that healing off. He only gets to use every other penance. It's still not worth it. You see waste backflip for no reason. He wants the energy regen. Tried the sap priest there with the meld. Bone dry him because they have a hero class. I mean, Holy Priest should out mana if it was like a DH pair. 60% damp, the game's starting. They press this 1 minute wall, so I can't Killing Spree. Because they made Killing Spree dodgeable for whatever reason. Can't outplay Blur because it works backwards for no reason. You can gouge in one when that dot falls. But he just hits me with 2 more micro CCs. I banished the stun. Doesn't matter though. Hopefully they fix like whatever the bug is that lets Demon Hunters do like double so much damage for like no reason on AWC. Like I swear DH is just a bugged class. I mean that guy doesn't know how to do damage, but if that was like existence, it would be like 50 million to like 20 million. Like it just seems bugged how much more damage DH is doing. And it can't just be like a little 4% pad from like a ring or something. Like it seems like they undid the Death Sweep nerf or something maybe. Like when they fixed the tier set, maybe the new tier set is broken still or something. I don't know. It seems like if you compare like I know there was a tweet that Sidu and Samayam and them were making, where they were comparing 8 minutes of Season 3 AWC to 8 minutes of now AWC, and Rogue was actually doing less damage now at 8 minutes of a match than they were in Season 3, and DH is doing like twice as much. It seems like the pad classes are scaling so much more with gear. I don't know if it's just that they don't care about secondary stats as much, or if somehow stamina is like a DPS increase for them because they have percentage-based abilities that hit into stamina. No, we lost that game, but yeah. Disc is not that good in 2s, but yeah. I mean, Disc is like only 4 2s. We won? Did we? I'll say I was not paying attention. I died and the DH died. I thought we lost. I don't know. It's just funny that I'm within 5 million damage of that guy though. He's trolling. We had a Starbucks gift card, so I got like this lavender drink. It's pretty good. It tastes like cereal milk, you know, like Fruity Pebbles or something. But yeah, Starbucks gift card pays off. Well, I'm playing with the Holy. The disc is the one that noped out. But yeah. Is that Kearney? No, it's Nick. Big fuck off damn or whatever. It's streaming right now. It should just be twitch.tv/Warcraft. But maybe it's over. It's going right now. Oh, they're split. They don't really do regionals anymore of NA versus EU. The best we got was the no prize money fake community match at BlizzCon, where people didn't even have their main teams. Like Cubsy was healing Waz randomly, and for people that went to watch it, there was no seating and no casters and no audio, and you had to just stand there and watch them. Like they shot on PvPers at BlizzCon. It was crazy. Like to watch it live, but that's like the only NA versus EU thing they've done, and it was for like no prize money. It's just like a little fun match, and it was also tied to PvE. It was like all the Race to World First guilds, and it was like it was kind of like a triathlon where half of it was like a PvE thing with like a key, I think, and then half of it was like a PTR testing of a raid boss, and then the other half of it was the arena segment between like Liquid Echo and then Golden Guardians or whatever. But yeah, it's been forever since there's been a real live regional. And even then, whenever they do anything NA versus EU now, they do this stupid online only take turns having shitty ping. And it's really impossible to balance. Where you like flip a coin to decide who gets good ping first and win the series, basically, taking turns on map advantage. This year or 2016? But yeah, I don't know if they're ever gonna do another one, sadly. Because they already canceled this year's. Yeah, I can't remember when the last event was, to be honest. I miss when they would just fly everyone out to like Ohio or whatever. I don't think it's that expensive for them to do it. I think it's so much better of an alternative than the whole NA versus EU being literally online with horrible ping. Ruins the match quality. Even though somehow Waz and them still beat NA even with 150 ping, which is like worse than playing drunk. Are you watching AWC? I commentated yesterday. Seems kind of cop out to just kind of commentate 2 days in a row. And I'm not playing, so. Do it next week when if I'm staying in the top 8 again, you know? Should have vanished to keep my AR going. Oh crap. Nah, even with 4-piece, you're still gonna get doubled in damage. Like, look at the tournament realm. Rogues never top damage, ever. They don't come close to, you know, LEDH, Outlaw, Boomy, Arcane, Ret, DH, Windwalker. Pretty much the whole roster. That fear hit me even though I'm like 5 yards away from it around the box. Like Shadow Fiend broke my blind. How you doing, G-Rex? It's a massive gap. The difference in like top 4 tournament teams and multi rank 1 even is a bigger gap than rank 1 to duelist. You just don't always feel the gaps in like meme brackets like twos or shuffle. Yeah, like top 4 tournament to rank like multi rank 1 is bigger than rank 1 in duelist. It's like 100x. Like the difference in duelist and glad isn't that big. And the difference in glad and rank 1 is huge. Maybe like 3 times or 5 times. Maybe even 10 times. It's just consistency. And a little bit of politics and luck. For like first timers. Yeah. But if you can do it, once you can do it a couple times, you can do it infinity times. Like there are people that have more rank 1s than me, but I think I have the most Switch teammates rank 1s in terms of like literally having multiple different sets of teammates per expansion. Rather than like, oh yeah, this is my main team for these 2 expansions, this is my main team for this expansion, then I was main team with this team for 3 expansions, you know, like every season is a different push for me almost. I don't know if that's just like my own anecdotal thing of just like more people quitting than usual, but and everyone kind of experiences that with just how many people quit. But what do you mean by politics? Just like networking and proving yourself to people and having people to queue with, and not just staying chained to like some person in LFG that doesn't do anything. But at the same time, like the way to properly do LFG is to not treat it like solo queue. You have to treat it like a dating app and go through hundreds of horrible people and then find someone you can invest in and like add each other and know each other's schedules and build synergy with. But that's really rare because LFG is usually just that no one types, you lose one game, they leave, you know, like it's a cesspool. It's really hard for new people, you know? Play Acid properly. Try to Kingsbane with Shiv and T up. Only press Deathmark if they have no bleed removal after the Kingsbane. And make sure you keep up big Garrote. And don't overlap like a non-dance or subterfuge Garrote with a shittier Garrote. Like just because you want to refresh your dot, you'll overwrite the more powerful dot tick with a shittier, weaker dot. Because like big Garrote should be most of your damage. It's like garroting everything. And then just, you know, spam Crimson Tempest and Fan and Knives when people stack up. And every dance is scary. And then just good defensive play of like understanding how classes do damage and like, you know, trading your defensives right. Pretty easy compared to Outlaw. There's way less going on rotationally. And you're not really doing nearly as much CC stuff. Definitely the training wheel spec. There's 2 cups this season. Basically, next cup, we have to do better than 6th if we want to, like, squeeze into the gauntlet. It's doable, but it's pretty hard also. It just depends on our bracket. If we get 2 of the top 4 teams, we're kind of fucked. But, yeah. If we get a bunch of other teams that are beatable, it's fine. I think there's also a situation where we get top 8 and then the other 2 teams don't get top 8, maybe, but then it becomes like a tiebreaker. I think we killed the Qs. Are they losing us, Rogue Boomy? To what? The Rogue Windwalker stuff? Yeah, that comp looks scary. Yeah, they were playing Rogue Boomy earlier, but yeah. Well, it was the recap I was on, but I saw them playing Rogue Boomy Dragon with Chanimal and Boomy like an hour ago into something when they were fighting PMake FMP. I thought they would have just played Rogue Dragon into everything. But I can see how Rogue Windwalker bangs dragons. Probably. I don't think it would brute force the Boomy, but I can't wait for my Windwalker to get 4 set next week. It's gonna be huge. Thank God he didn't finish casting the clock. Because I can't cancel Killing Spree. The game doesn't let you cancel Aura it. No, I clicked the Karma. Why are we... Oh, you got a string it. Double expect. Actually, doesn't have it for 10. Hit the vanish as long as I can, because my adrenaline rush isn't ticking down while I'm disarmed. I'm actually dead. I think I'm sitting. I see triggers it. Swap mate. Gets up clone. He's gonna MD me though. My Killing Spree dodged, even though he wasn't even Fist of Furying. Didn't think he was playing the dodge talent thing. I don't think he is. That was weird. Rest in peace, my adrenaline rush. I say let me get a re, that saves it. I don't know what they're going to do with inflation. I think it's going to really hurt when everyone goes to Kata. I want to get my Glide wins before Kata comes out. Healer's getting off though. Guess I can keep watching EU, I guess. Until I have something else. Yeah, they're down 0-2. Last change anything with his gear in this? I mean, they did pull him back out. They were playing Mage Lock last game. Yeah, we are. Well, it's funny how the DH is like Raikou is just literally triple Waz's damage. Way should be. Yeah, both the rogues are doing like healer level damage almost. If it was a dragon. The Holy Priest is only at 1 million right now. I mean, Lontar's at 300k, but I feel like a dragon would be at like 4 or 5 mil right now. They didn't really get any trinkets with that Serenity. That's pretty good for Waz and them. For this melee cleave Fiesta. I mean, as far as it goes, right? The DH is 5 million up on the Windwalker. Yeah, Serenity is going to be back in 43. And that'll be, I mean, Raikou will have no trinket. If they can get a good setup, but Waz will trinket peel that. And Lontar has Guardian swap everything. And right now he's using Zwen without Serenity. Just trying to do DPS instead of like letting it stars align. So it'll be a Serenity without Zwen. Yeah, I think Raikou and them are very healthy unless they be greedy and get one shot. You never know with Windwalker damage. But they have a lot of defensive CDs available. I mean, it's 10% damp, so this game's going to go another couple more minutes. Alright, right now the mana diff is pretty close to similar on mana. Here's a big blind setup on Lontar. There's the darkness from Raikou. I think they could have maybe been greedier of that, but I mean, at the end of the day, Windwalkers are terrifying, I get it. But yeah, Raikou doesn't really... Okay, Raikou might die here. Oh, that was good. I start watching, and here's the reverse sweep for my boy Wes. I missed the whole of the first half of EU, and then, you know, giving him my energy for the reverse sweep right here. So it seems like this comp is working. I mean, actually, the Windwalker caught up. Raikou's only 2 million ahead of the Windwalker. It just seems like they have pad damage and not like actual wind damage that the Windwalker has. Like the Windwalker definitely seems like a better version of the... Like there's a reason multiple people are playing this comp on NA and EU. Outlaw Windwalker seems really, really good. Because Windwalkers are just, they do some of the most crazy damage if they can actually connect to anything. All their mobility is for running away. It's really hard for them to keep people snared. Flies in the air. Raikou has Trinket and Netherwalk. He's greeting. Gets Chastised low for damage. Waz is kind of dying. Grapples away. No Vanish or anything. Steps to the priest before the angel form, or maybe he stepped to Zwen actually. I think the priest was already an angel. That was crazy. He stepped to the pet there. I think. Wish I could see the DRs, but yeah. Lontar actually edged up a mana lead. And his angel form is going to come up before the other guy's angel form. So, I mean, if Lontar could hold on 40 more seconds on mana, that angel form is going to be a big sweeping point. Because they're both Bone Dry Actually, Borg just got a little bit of mana back. I just got feared into the eye. Oh no, he was like 1 yard away from it. No, I think he did grab the eye, so that means he can't vanish. But he didn't have it anyway, so. Steps away, flies in the air. I think Waz is dead here. The gouge on the Windwalker. Lontar has literally 0 mana. Angel form in 10. He probably has another grapple back. He's done a few finishers. Yeah, he grapples away. And he's dead, I think. 2 death? Yeah. The 3-0. I wish I could have given them my energy. Shit. Was that the grand final, or? I gotta play my Windwalker, man. I gotta message all the other rogues, be like, yo. Message the Windwalkers? Nah. I want to play my Windwalker, man. I like doing damage. Rogues do damage? No, they don't. God, that Windwalker did 2 million damage in the first 20 seconds of the game on that detail replays. Waz still does damage? No, he doesn't. Doesn't matter if it's Waz or Trill or Calvish. Every Outlaw rogue is like 10 million plus behind if the game goes longer than 5 minutes. Sometimes even 20 million behind compared to Shadow Priest, DH, Boomy, Warlock, Ret, Ellie. Rogue just does not scale with gear at all. But the kit is still there to make you like tournament viable. But that's why it feels so bad in like Shuffle. Because everyone knows how to play against a rogue, but no one knows how to play with a rogue. And you just don't have the numbers to PvE like everyone else. It's just boring to just get out PvE'd. Yeah, Raikou did 22 million more than Wes. But Ghost of Priest while he has Spirit, I don't think that's always a mistake though. Sometimes it's just like you have to do things. Like go fake his fade or something, or fake his death, get a gouge. It's just dumb that fears don't break on damage. What I just don't know is why. Do you think Waz Boomkin's better than Chaz? Maybe. They need the channel double Boomy. No. Yeah, I've seen 400k Rising Sun kicks. At the end of the day, what Supa's saying is wrong. Because if they want to play Rogue Boomy, they can't have one person commit. Because Waz can't play the Rogue and the Moonkin at the same time. But I mean, at the same time, yeah, if you have Chanimal, you might as well make him Perma Boomy for both. But I also do think that DH Boomy is just a better version of Rogue Boomy. So. Rogue Windwalker superiority? Yeah. I mean, Windwalker is insane right now. But what isn't better? DH Boomy? It definitely is better. That's why they lost to Lepump. DH just does 20 million more damage than Rogue. I've even helped a few teams like Wargame, like off stream. And yeah, it's pretty much the consensus from a lot of people that DH is just better than Rogue and Rogue Boomy. They have more synergy together for damage. I do think into this matchup, maybe Rogue Boomy, unless they have no faith in Chan Boomy, makes more sense than DH Boomy. Just because you can class and VPL more with the Rogue. But you also need a win condition. And you have way more of a win condition with the DH. I thought you had to blind pick your race in though. I didn't think they could switch like that. I thought that was tournament illegal. Because usually in the high end you have to lock in your race, I thought. At the end of the day, like, if you're on the previous win and the other team has comp advantage, you would have to predict that they're going Boomy and preemptively switch. Oh, so this is full on best of 7, I guess? This is the grand finals? Okay. I mean, it's the same of how demoralizing it was when they lost to Houghton's team. Like Rogue Windwalker in general, even when it was sub Rogue, is just so cheesy. Like, man, like, honestly, I think they should like permanently like ban melee cleaves and like balance the game around melee caster healer, with range being a role. I think melee cleaves in general are just so low match quality, but Mage Lock's alright? Not really. Mage Lock is just throw a billion micro CCs at someone. You feel it the most in Shuffle, where it's just 4 melee circle jerking doing nothing is terrible gameplay. 1 caster getting trained into the dirt by 3 melee is terrible. Oh. I thought we had like 5 more minutes of dampening, and then that guy just got, and then Raikou just got windwalkered. But yeah, 1 melee RP walking at 3 casters, terrible. 4 melee, terrible. And then 1 caster getting trained by 3 melee is terrible. It's just never a good match quality to not just have melee range healer. What's the 4 set for Windwalker? I could log on mine to show you real quick. But basically, it's a crazy Rising Sun kick damage and Fist of Fury damage. It's the season 2 bonus. Look at that graph. 80, 0, and like a global. Just a 339 Rising Sun kick. Kicked them into the sun. Yeah, this is the 4 set. But you nerf it in half in PvP. So Fist of Fury increases next 2 RSKs by 20%. Fist of Fury increases next 3 RSKs and spinning crane kicks to empower Fist of Fury by 7% each time, stacking to 21. He's casting a clone and then he just dies in 1 cheap shot right here. Here's the Rising Sun kick. I don't even think he got touched to death, right? Just the RSK right here. Yeah. He just gets kicked in the face. Full Street Fighter style. Get a lot of points, yeah. What if there's gonna be downtime for NA? Maybe I should queue a shuffle. I think the high mastery ring is worth on sub. I mean, it's only like 300 haste, but probably not, to be honest, because it's already easy enough to hit. Like 130 mastery before 4-piece. I do think the fire damage ring proc with crit verse is definitely worth it for Outlaw, though. The damage one. I mean, I guess they could have tried to play RMP into that, yeah. Out of desperation, but I don't think there's that many good matchups for it. Like Mage Lock didn't seem good, DH Boomy didn't seem good, Rogue Boomy doesn't seem good. This is like the Plunderstorm map. We're getting like max rank on Plunderstorm when it was out. I mean, I was saying that there was a lot of Outlaw Windwalker on EU like last week. It's weird that NA isn't using it. Like, I would have liked to see Cubsy and Chun and them play it. I know Calvish and them played it like one game, but no, Waz's team is a lot better than mine. Rogue Windwalker is very, very, very difficult. 5K on YouTube? I mean, that's generally what it always is, yeah. I mean, sometimes it's lower than that, even. No, I think Lontar is insane. Rogue Windwalker is really, really cheesy. They just need to get in 5-man rosters and sneak med for some more MP, you know? I mean, that's still less than like Daru doing some vanilla quest or like Asmongold on their own, you know? Just watching a random YouTube video. Hopefully it does better in War with them and stuff. Yeah, Meg retired from competing. He just didn't want to like travel and stuff, I think, or something, and then yeah. They kind of merged with Lontar. I think Zarya still gets over 10k, 15k sometimes, doesn't he? I know hardcore as vanilla is not as hype. It'll spike back up. Yeah, this is LePump versus the move. I predicted the NA bracket already yesterday, and my prediction was LePump beats the move. And I think Trill climbs out of the losers bracket, and it's a rematch of Trill versus LePump, and I think LePump actually takes Cup 1. I think the move versus Void GG could go either way. I think there's also a slight chance that Cubsy and them could beat Liquid. Or no, that match already happened. I think Liquid already ran them over. Forgot. Because Rogue Boomy Dragon is a lot better than Rogue Boomy Shaman. There's not really any good cleavers on NA, I think, that are like actually committed to it. I know Calvish and them played it like one game and then they got off of it, even though it didn't even look that bad. I don't know, Rogue DK is not that impressive. And I think Trill and Sam are much more mechanical and more consistent to bet on, like 99% of the time. But yeah, there's a lot of just melee cleavy comps of like Rogue Windwalker, Rogue DH, Rogue DK. Those are all basically the same comp. Just Windwalker Rogue is the best version of that. Because it's like the most streamlined win condition. And then you have some potential to win on accident sometimes even. But yeah, I think next expansion just seems to be more of the same micro CC and cleaving. They're not gonna make AoE ever an active choice because of Mythic Plus, and they're not gonna, you know, fix how hurting double DPS 2s are or set up comps in general. The only way they could fix that is if they do a literal full-on PvP talent tree that replaces your normal talent tree. Completely separate the two. But I don't think they're ever gonna fix the PvE meta ever. Hero talents look pretty garbage. It's just more little random procs within procs that you need weak auras for to pad. And yeah, it's just clunky and more random pets all over the place. So just go play Kata and Mop, because that's like actual real PvP where you make decisions and have CC. It's just Mythic Plus ruined the class design at a level that can never be fixed. Where do you get the helmet mod? You can't. It's from oh, this mod actually you can. This is from Mythic Emerald Nightmare or whatever. I was thinking of a different helmet in Legion. Like a spider boss thing. You could solo the old Mythic raid for that. No, it's not that bad to get. I thought you were talking about the Fire Crown. Because, if I can find it. Yeah, this is tied to the Molten Core time walking event like 5 or 6 years ago. I forget when. Normally, this is a male item for like or like hunters and shamans. I don't know why I wanted to say paladins. But you can get it for any armor type as a cosmetic if you did the time walking back then. I don't think people will. The main bottleneck with Wrath is people don't want to raid. And at least the first 2 seasons of Kata, you don't have to raid that much. And then even in the last season, it's just trinkets. And weapons in some cases. But like, that's not that bad. Compared to, oh, I need my bracers and my ring and my cape and my necklace and my one non-piece of the 4 set. And, you know, like, you basically wear like 5 pieces of PvP gear in Wrath, and then you just gem Brazil, because all the PvE gear is higher item level. At least in Kata, the PvP gear is similar item level. You can actually wear PvP gear. And then if you really need hit or expertise or spell pen, you can just reforge. Being able to actually play the game without having to be a full-time raider and have to like GDKP and shit is a big deal. And also, retail now is 10 times worse than it was during Wrath. So there's like less of a choice for a lot of people. I don't think that many people are going to give War Within a chance. Yeah, basically the win con for us to get top 8 for the gauntlet is we have to get top 6 next cup, which is doable. I'm wondering if they're gonna play red DH into this. Nope, they still play DH Mooney. Okay. RMP from Sterlium. I figured they wouldn't play RPS into this. Surge on the priest. I'm actually excited for this. The thing is, most of the actual old guard of WoW are already gone. So Kata is more new than what retail is. Because War Within is just going to be Dragonflight 2.0. With a fancy character select screen. And also, Kata is more retail like. But I think for people that started the game in like BFA and shit that haven't played pre-Legion, it's more new for them to play something that's actually different. I will only play retail if I just have no one to play with on Kata, and it's like the only way I could turn my stream on. But Kata is gonna be way more fun. Because there is gonna be more networking, sadly. But yeah. I wish they would like make changes to Kata though and like add solo queue and stuff, like private server-y things. But like not shuffle, like real solo queue best of one melee range. Well, that was one-sided. I thought there was gonna be like 5 more minutes of damp. What gears Pika plan? No spree. No ball. Shadow Flame Wreath for the ring. Normal build. He's playing Shiv randomly instead of snare reduction or energy reduction. Weird. Surprised Ceruleum's playing Frost and not Arcane. I mean, I guess maybe it's a wider win condition for him to solo rather than trying to rely on Outlaw to get them into execute range. Mop Arena is the best. I think Mop is one of my favorites. Yeah. DK good on Kata. That's okay. More of like early Kata, but we're playing like season 11 basically all the way through, so it'll already kind of be pre-nerfed. I think that was kind of just a gimp kill. I think they stay DH Moonkin and they run it back. I think on ladder, RMP beats DH Moonkin. But usually it's not that one-sided. On TR, it definitely feels way harder though. Because there's like more defensive options for them to live. And then we got J-Rex gifting 5. Making me sit up straight, waking up. Thank you so much, man. Thing wasted trinket early? I think it was just Existence's trinket, but I think he had to. I'm curious debating if they want to switch to their Ret DH at all. But Ceruleum is quite a different breed. He's almost an EU mage. Oh, they are going to the Red DH? Okay. I mean, their Red DH was farming literally everyone. Because the Ret actually does DH level damage. Like, they're both going to do double the Rogue Mage's damage. But the problem is, even if the Ret is immortal, he could still somehow die, which I know means not immortal, but... Gonna be a lot of damage, though. I feel like Blizzard would have added that, right? I don't think there's nothing wrong with a red shirt and a black tie. How you doing, Averlin? I predict LePomp wins the whole thing. So the move winning here is quite a wrench in my plans. But I mean, LePomp is still in the winner's bracket, I think, right? My prediction was LePump versus Liquid in the finals. Like, Liquid runs it back through losers. I thought Liquid would beat the move after they lose to LePump. But I thought DH Moonkin would still like 3-0 them. But, you know, like I said, the top 4 teams are usually pretty set in stone and hard to predict. And normally I don't put LePump in the top 4, but they've been doing really well right now. So they're kind of like an upset. That's kind of why I like picking the underdog. Because it's usually almost always Peekaboo's team, Cubsy's team, Calvish's team, Sea-Doo's team. You know, like, top 4 is very, very, very dominant and hard to break into. So it's nice to like root for an underdog. But if the move actually wins this, and they're in the grand finals, maybe it's a repeat of this matchup in the grand finals. But I think LePump can beat Sea-Doo a second time. And then who's the other team that is in losers with Calvish? Still, I forget who else is in the losers. Cubsy's out. I think it's just Liquid versus Calvish. I don't remember. I look at the bracket. But yeah, if the move goes to the finals, yeah, it's just Void and Liquid on the bottom. I would imagine Liquid's more prepared for it. So it would be a rematch of LePump versus Liquid here if the move actually won this. It just it depends on how much practice Sea-Doo got into DH Moonkin, if they have an answer for it now. And then it could be a Sea-Doo versus Pika final, if that's the case. But I think LePump can still run this series back, and then it's going to be a rematch of LePump versus Liquid. Still my prediction. But like I said, it's a Hail Mary, because I'm rooting for the underdog, you know? Out of snoozes. I guess I have to run the ad now to beat dampening. Thought I had snoozes left, but apparently not. Could have ran it earlier. Yeah, the first 2 minutes of the game. Doesn't start yet. I feel bad though. Here's the big wings pressure, a big lasso onto Pika. Barrel baiting out the Dispel, getting a Frost Bomb off. Do a nice little fear on the right end of DH. For cross. There's the pre-angel. Wings are over from the ret. Or no, that's the real wings. He just had a wings proc earlier. Glacial does nothing, because I guess they trinketed with it. Little 600k Shield of Vengeance right there. Damage-wise, they're already running away with it. They're both doing double the Rogue Mage. So team-wise, it's already 15 million to 8 million on damage. First block of 2 down. Wonder what gear Australia was. Still only playing 2-piece. Yeah, the 4-piece is pretty terrible. But they still have Healer Trinket, DH Trinket. I would like to see Zhang just shove his Trinket more, kind of, since it's 90-second for a healer. I feel like having a DPS Trinket before a healer is bad. Because if you end up holding onto your Trinket the whole game as a healer. But at the same time, if they don't need to Trinket, they shouldn't just Trinket for the sake of Trinketing. And Ret kind of trinketed the first go. I like the healer being the first trinket. That's like the least gap between like healer trinkets to go, DPS trinkets to go, other DPS trinkets to peel, healer as trinket again. I'm not gonna take the shuffle. Hoping to time it to proc within the downtime. Playing Frost must feel miserable. I mean, Frost is there to annoy other people. And it's less sweaty to play than Arcane. But yeah, it's definitely like clunky trying to like bait the spells and like get Frostbomb off sometimes. Right now they're kind of splitting. Cheryl is like just on the DH and Pika's just hitting everything else. I do like that Pika's going to the Shaman more because it helps him kill the totems. I don't mind split pushing a lot on Shaman. And then you can just like stun Shaman when you sheep red or something and go him. Got blur in 10 seconds. DH has trinket in 25. Red has trinket in 40. Red also has bubble. So we're gonna have a bubble sync. Nah, I never really played a Cyril on that. I remember when he was a random in Legion though. Thought he was like a no-lifer pilot at first or something. I was like, how is this guy faking me so much? He's always been pretty good. He's one of the hardest people to kick. Like him, Versace, the paladin. Like, he used to be really good at faking, and then who else is like really, really annoying to kick? I mean, nowadays every boomkin is annoying. They all just perma bloodlust the whole game, but I mean, Existence has no trinket still, but Zhang already has his trinket back because 90-second trinket change. I feel like you're just rooting for them because I'm not rooting for them. It's contrarian to everything I say. Because right now, you know, it's nice to see a team not in the top four, you know, and to root for an underdog. Yeah, Casey Fox has no bubble. I mean, Sam hasn't played mage in like a decade practically. Theralium is probably the best mage in A. Him and Wealthy Man have been like kind of at the top for a while. And a few other mages. Floor Mat was also really good in Legion, but yeah. He still has a Sank for himself. He has Lay on Hands as well. This is like a mana lead for Zhang, but you know. So Existence has Trinket Netherwalk. Hazy Fox just has to not die without getting his lay of hands off in the next 20 seconds. And then he'll have Trinket back. And then Zhang also has Link. He's dying through Lay on Hands and Sank. He's gonna get linked. Hopefully he gets the link. He should link. He's not linking. I mean, he actually greeds it. He doesn't need it. He has Ascendance. You don't need it. You got Ascendance up. They went on mana, the most important resource. Yeah, Cubsy actually is goated at Arcane too. Maybe Cubsy is the best mage actually. Because he just literally somehow purges 500 times while still doing damage. And never ever takes a single risk, and he just has solid fakes and solid kicks. He just can't keep getting away with it. Now, Trill's really, really good. Because Modern Arena is just PV, and he is Mr. PV. There's a reason why C2 and them are always on the best comp every single patch. Like, hour one of the patch, they know the meta. Like, if you ever want to know the best comp, you just play what they're playing. Yeah, we're talking about best on NA playing the Fiesta that is retail. We're not saying best overall or, you know, best Wrath private server player or, you know. But I guess Morrow is more current. But yeah, we're just talking about NA. EU has so many good mages you can't really pick. Like Raiku's always been insane. Laner was insane. I loved playing with Leaksy back in the day. Like, he was the most chill dude ever and he was insane. Mara's always been insane. Thesha's always insane. You can't pick the best EU mage. There's a lot of them. NA, it's like always just Ceralium or Wealthy Man. and Cubsy now for like Dragonflight. But yeah. There's not many NA mages that are good. And Ja was insane in like mop and stuff. He still can be. He never takes the game seriously. He can play fast. He can do damage. His kicks and fakes are good. He just doesn't care with like the networking and like team building of it, or like the re-rolling and playing the meta of it. And he also probably doesn't like the overly scripted setup style of what Rogue Mage has become. He wants like the flow state god comp kind of shit probably, I don't know. Which is just not what the video game is about anymore. That's more like Boom Kini. Which is why Sam never fucking plays Mage anymore. He's too attached to Cutebot than to actually push. But I also get it because like, what's the point of being sweaty when he can make more money being funny? And he's not even allowed to compete anyway. So if he tries to be sweaty, he gets nothing for it because he's like permabanned from competing. For, you know, doing all the funny stuff of like crushing the water bottles and stuff and just, you know, being a clown on broadcast for so many years. They just kind of got fed up with him. I guess it's decent, yeah. I don't think he's at like the Cyril Wealthy Man level. That's like trying to compare me to Waz, you know, like, I don't know. I think like there's a gigantic gap in like multi-rank 1 and like top 4 tournament team. It's like really huge. Top Brooks playing with the Bullion PV daggers. Which one? I'll go look real quick. If they have enough crests to upgrade it to max item level, it's basically a free conquest piece. I think usually you probably want to buy the crit versus fire damage ring though. For Outlaw, and for Asa you might want to buy the haste mastery one. If you can upgrade it. But it's this one. Yeah, I think this thing is bis on TR. No, I'm saying top 4 tournament teams, gap ladder player multi rank 1 larger than rank 1 gaps to duelist. Like if I segmented this with dashes, like this is the level of gap. Kind of like that, you know? Like there's a gigantic gap between rank 1 and top of tourneys. And then there's a gigantic gap between rank 1 and Glad. And then Glad and Duelist is kind of close. It's like the difference in being like Diamond versus Masters in League. And then Rival and below is pretty similar. Why? Because they just have actual designated practice partners and they all actually multi-class and truly understand every class. You can one trick be a multi-rank 1. Being a top couple hundred is very different than being a top 4 also. Like you pretty much have to be the best of your class or at least the top 2 of your class rather than being like the top 10 of your class. And at that point, there's so many little different things you can do to be better than someone else that it's just entirely consistency. And I mean that level of gap also was when rank 1 was harder to get. Rank 1 is way easier now that alts don't count. Like they just create more rank 1 spots. Like maybe there's like actually 100 rank 1 spots, but then like, you know, there's 250 or something because there's a bunch of alts. So now that alts don't actually gatekeep people anymore, that makes rank 1 a lot easier to get than it used to be. I mean, the thing is, PvP is more noob friendly right now, and that's what's killing the game. It's just full on Zug Zug Mythic Plus rotation right now, and the PvEers still aren't going to come to it because the PvEers won't even play Plunderstorm. There's no amount of catering that's going to make them switch the boat. It was just that PvP needed to be properly supported 15 years ago to not choke out what it had. Red DH is a weird comp? Not really. It's just... Oh, actually, they switched to Red Warrior. I didn't even notice. I was like too busy looking at numbers and stuff. I don't know. I think Red DH was going good for them. And I think RMP historically is always really, really good into Red Warrior. I know on ladder at the end of last season, Red Warrior was kind of scary for RMP because they would just tunnel priest the entire game. So this is like, what talents is Surge playing? Because hopefully he's playing Fly in the Air into this. Yeah, he is. Okay, because he just said it in disguise. Yeah, he's playing Ascension. Cool. As long as he just rotates Fly in the Air in Angel form, it should be okay, but he will lose on mana. So they have like 6 minutes to try to kill the red. So I want to see Pika like cross the warrior before he crosses the red. And just let the mage solo get the monk. He doesn't really need to fuck with the monk, because if he stuns the monk's just going to port while stunned. Gouge into Half Sheep's not bad, Gouge into Fear's not bad. Or just going with Incap Fear from the healer. But, you know, it's just a lot of goes on the warrior or ret with just solo non-rogue CC on the healer. Yeah, Divine Ascension, I said that already. I just call it Fly in the Air. But then I looked at his thing and I said, yeah, he has Divine Ascension. There's just the 3 stuns, no bubble. He does bop. He's dying through it. What we like to see. Yeah, I don't think Ret Warrior is a good matchup for that. I'm thinking they kind of throw. This is not grand final, so I think this is best of 5. I don't know why they switched to Ret Warrior. That's troll. I think they should stay Ret DH. But it is surprising to see Cerulean playing Frost and not Arcane. Almost everyone that does actually stick to RP still plays Arcane if they have 4 set available. I mean, the problems with being able to PvP right away is not tied to the class design. Even though the class design is annoying and bad, it's tied to the gearing process being too confusing and time gated, and the leveling process and the subscription fee. Like if there was a free-to-play arena server where you could just queue arena level 1 and have all of your gear and only like farm cosmetics with a battle pass, more people would play. And if there was no downtime between your queues, with like no shitty shuffle 40-minute queue simulator and no shitty LFG experience, no, you couldn't queue level 1 in Legion. You just had stat templates of predetermined stats that you didn't want, of like, oh, I have a bunch of haste on Rogue that I don't want for no reason, that I can't control my gear. Stat templates sucked. But you need like Guild Wars style level 1 arena. And then you also just need no downtime whatsoever. There needs to be like a world PvP island where you run around world PvPing in between queues. Battle Royale style with random spawns in different locations. With a safe area where you hang out. And then in the safe area you can duel and reset your CDs to just keep dueling. And, you know, you have like an insta-queue double DPS 2s bracket. You play a couple games of 2s while you wait on a healer for a 3s game. Well, that's the thing, right? If you have a free-to-play PvP server, you can keep your PvE character to earn all that and have it apply to your PvP character. Like, that's a reason to pay a sub and play the PvE side of the game. I mean, I've preached this idea a million times, but they'll never do it. But you know, if you had a world PvP island with a safe area to duel, and you had some instant queue double DPS 2s, and then eventually you get a 3s game that's melee range healer only, the match quality would go up times 10. And it would be more fun, more interactive, especially if they redid the class design of every single class. To have a full-on PvP talent tree that's completely detached from PvE. To get rid of all the Mythic Plus, Diablo, Michael Bay, AoE baked into your rotation for no reason, and all of the random pets all over the place. Wasn't the Maw that? The Maw was not about PvP at all. The Maw was, I want to be Dark Souls without a map. Oh, you lost all your Stygia. Like, the Maw sucked ass. And then Torghast was just, I want to be a roguelike. But I'm going to be a mandatory chore that you have to get bored doing 5,000 times on every character. Every single season. Or you get no sockets. What's up, Supus? But I'm just saying, in general, if WoW approached PvP from the angle that I gotta deny that, honestly. I'm sorry, just for the sake of the filters. If WoW PvP had just gone the route of private servers 15 years ago, PvP could have been better than PvE even, or at least it could have been like 60-40 in favor of PvE instead of like 99-1 PvE. But it's kind of a day late, dollar short. They would have needed to do everything like 15 years ago. In terms of improving the default UI to need 0 add-ons whatsoever. Improving the class design to where weak auras are just not needed. In terms of like how the rotations function. Less like random procs and stuff that you have to pad. Thank you, JW, for the prime. 7 buttons per class, that's way too low. Even League of Legends, if you add in your item slots and summoners and pings, you can still hit over 20 binds. I think you can maybe prune a couple CCs. Like maybe kill Kidney Shot or something and just let it be only Cheap Shot or something, and then like maybe prune a couple CCs. And I think also there should be a default keybind set for noobs to learn the game. Because then it's just like, oh yeah, shift is my default focus key for everything. And I think if you can kind of make a default keybind set of like 30 to 40 binds and have an actual functional default UI. Yeah, I don't know if that's biz, dude. Like imagine if just like your, focus was kind of Plunderstormy of like Q through R and then shift, I don't think Asmon understands much. He just likes being controversial, and that's how he, drama baits and stuff. He's never been that much of a competitive person outside of like World War raiding like 20 years ago. Asmon has good IRL takes sometimes. But yeah, I wouldn't trust him as far as I can throw him in video game design. Q2 for the pump, yeah. I mean, they went back on Red DH. I like that. I think Red Warrior was a gigantic throw. Now they have to just make sure they don't... There's so much more mental pressure on them because they can't choke. Now, if they had like a buffer where they could have 1 bad game and 2 good games, it'd be fine. But they kind of got rid of that luxury by playing Red Warrior. So they gotta really, really lock in here. And right now they are ahead on damage. Peekaboo's still at 2 million damage. Abster just at Peekaboo levels of damage. And that's just Outlaw experience. Generally, I think mana is the win con for Zhang, even if he doesn't get a drink. I really want to see them try to kill Mana Tides when they're down. Recommend Windwalker or Warrior? Warrior is not that great right now. I'd play Windwalker. On the TR, I think so, yeah. The Legendary Axe. You think you beat this team as your RMP? Dippy and them? We've wargamed them. It's pretty hard. But we've mostly been playing Arcane and not Frost. But normally I feel like Arcane is better than Frost. I think Staralium was just playing really, really well. But also, if you take out the Ret Warrior game, it's 1-1 right now. The Ret Warrior game was just huge troll. But we could definitely take games off them, yeah. Like, we generally beat these comps on ladder really hard, but tournament was a little different. Also, it's like, the quality of DH is massive difference when it's Existence versus other DHs. Like, Existence and MVQ, and then all the other DHs are random bots. Like, 99% of the DHs I fight in 3s are just literal Arathi base and comp stomp players that are like 1,000 rating higher than they belong. Existence is really, really good. And this is with ping. I think he's EU. You're like allowed to have like 1 import player. Yeah, like even with the ping, he's like the only guy that has like good blurs and good backflips and good pre-darknesses. And he always manages to like milk the backflip as long as he can. And always gets good reverses. Most DHs don't even play reverse. Even at like rank 1 level. Like, I don't need to dispel CC. I can get crossed. I'm bad. I saw it, Reckles. I mean, they just avoid CC and they don't CC air. they actually peel Adrenaline Rush and stuff, or like pre-peel stuns on themselves. And they force it to where they have to be pre'd or they'll always get a good backflip. Yeah, that's EU though. I'm talking about NA. But I guess it's funny when the best NAs are EU. You know, where it's just like, cause the trend doesn't come on NA, just existence in MVQ. But they're like so much more annoying to fight. It's like fighting other outlaws and just outclass envying Adrenaline Rush, and then fighting Calvish and having to actually think about what I'm doing. Of like, is he gonna turn around with evasion and dodge my step disarm behind his evasion? Is he gonna pre-step disarm my evasion? Like, it's like you have to like kind of 4D chess it because he actually does things. But yeah, if I had to pick a good DH that's not an alt of another class and isn't MVQ or Tren, I can't think of any. You can disarm evasion if you're behind it. So yeah, you can like shadow step behind evasion to kidney shot or disarm. Or like you could try to like pre-turn around the shadow step. Like some Calvish shit. Or like go back to a wall. So that like shadow step doesn't go behind you if you like back up to a wall to like outplay the shadow step. And then if you're playing the OP cloak talent, even though it's not an evasion anymore, the first second of cloak is still a hard immunity, even with the nerf. So you actually can still cloak a blind or cloak a kidney shot from behind. You need cheap shot? Cheap shot always goes through evasion. But the OP cloak for the first second will actually still immune a cheap shot too. Yeah, here's a gigantic mana lead. This is why I would have liked them to just stay red DH. This is hard. Like, generally, this comp should win on mana. If they don't, like, overlap defensives and stuff. Serral has Cold Snap in 30, though. And Existence has no Trinket, but he does have Nether Walk. So as long as he doesn't get caught 100-0 without a pre-blur, he's probably going to just pre-blur aggro pretty soon when he comes off DR out of this. There's the Kidney off the Fear. He doesn't get the pre-blur because he was in a Fear. Sturt just doing some mana efficient long cast heals. But yeah, he has no mana to top Serral. He has Cold Snap block in 10, but he's just going to die this global. Oh, he actually gets a big insta-cast heal from something. I guess that was probably Powered Life. And he makes it to the Angel form. His heals are free in Angel form, so this is basically an Innervate. He's actually going to be able to kind of top Pika a little bit. But Angel form's about to end. And he's back to being Serral has another block now, though. He's going to block. Pika might just die through Trinket in a random stun because he has no Vanish or Cloak or anything to pair it with. Actually, he has Vanish in 4. Hazy Fox has Bubble to make sure he can try to help someone with Sank. And Existence has a pre-Nether Walk. That's it. But Trinket in 30. Sturge's going to go for a YOLO drink. I think they're just all dead because they're just And then Serral will die again because he has no blocks. Even if Pika somehow live, but yeah. Now they'd be 2-1 if they didn't play Ret Warrior. 8-minute game. You think they're gonna switch to RPS? I don't think so. I feel like melee cleaves just run over the Shadow Priest. I mean, they don't have a warrior. I'm guessing maybe that's why they picked Ret Warrior, is they thought Pika would switch to RPS. But I don't know why their Red DH is scared of RPS, to be honest. Like, I get trying to blind pick Ret Warrior just to avoid the Shadow Priest, because Warriors do counter SP really, really hard. But RMP is, or like, Ret Warrior is just hopeless into RMP. But yeah, right now, so since it's now 2-2, but because of round 1 of taking turns counter-comping each other, the move has comp advantage. So Existence and them have to lock in their comp first. So if they relock in Ret Warrior being scared of RPS, they're going to throw the series. But if they lock in Ret DH, I think they can outplay RPS. But I think Pika and them are going to stay RMP. Multiple MDs. MD's just a dog ability now. Don't worry about it. 2-minute CD, long cast, costs a bunch of mana. MD's not that good. The move loses, they're completely out. This is the winner's bracket. So no. They go down to fight the winner of Calvish and Sea-Doo. Oh, that was my girlfriend sneezing, I think. I mean, they have comp advantage. So like I said, if they lock in Ret Warrior, they're probably going to throw. I mean, I know. I just say I think. Okay. I'm going to bring it back though and run an ad real quick. So it doesn't go off mid-game. I gotta go to the bathroom. And we're back. Yeah, they do lock in the Ret DH in the blind. That's good to see. Now, is it going to be RPS or is it going to be RMP again? It is RPS. Okay. What's your chair? It's Eureka Ergonomics. I have all my setup stuff in here. Probably just the fire ring. For Outlaw, and for Asa, maybe the Haste Mastery ring. But you can maybe do the dagger with crit verse as like a power spike item. Just to have like a free conquest item to gear faster. But at the end of the day, like everyone's gonna be full conquest gear in like 2 weeks. You're getting like world PvP pieces, crafted pieces. You're getting like 3 or 4 upgrades a week. So like trying to save 900 conquest isn't that big of a deal. And even then you need an ungodly amount of crests to upgrade it all the way to max real item level. You'd have to play like 1,000 games. To have like enough aspect crests to like downgrade them into all the crests that you need. Least class spec representative nowadays? Probably Sub-Rogue. It's pretty extinct. Outlaw's also really underrepresented, even though it's really good in tournaments. Warrior has way higher rep than Rogue, even though Rogue is better than Warrior. Asa has like double the rep of Sub and Outlaw combined. Even though Outlaw is better, I think. I mean, they're both really good. It just depends on what comp you're playing. Like, if you're gonna play like a melee cleavy comp, I think like Acid DK is good. I don't think sub is gonna get any buffs. People just hate sub, sadly. I still see some Mistweavers, but yeah, it's not that great anymore. It's just dragons and priests. Forget what team CML even is. I think they quit, right? I think they're not in contention anymore. So like, I think if I get top 6, we pass F tier next week. Resto Druid is not great. Arm Priest is just better than Rogue Mage Druid. Tuna is just built diff. Druid is just a 2v2 spec. I mean, generally, if we're doing well, that means F tier isn't doing well. Because if we're getting top 6, that means they only get top 8 or whatever. And then it's like a tie or whatever. It's really rare that we both get top 6. But yeah, it's a Hail Mary, but we're playing for fun. We would have had to do better in Season 3 to not be so far behind. Flex there wasn't like a point reset. You know, it is what it is. My hand is the main hand on Rogue. Main hand is this left one. Way more important than the offhand. I mean, most DPS do way more damage than Outlaw. I wouldn't say high DPS anymore. The Wiz is just gonna get trained really hard here, but he's still gonna do like double everyone's damage. Or at least he'll break even with the Demon Hunter. Not much getting done with this meta. Red still has real wings to pull the trigger with. Doesn't sink that fear. No, he does sink it. Gets kiddied for cross, but he already got the sink off. Or just training Wiz. Mana is in favor of Zhang right now. Mana will be an issue in like 5 more minutes. How's Hunter doing? It's not doing great. You can play like Survival Hunter Moonkin, like most comps best classes with a Moonkin, but BM Hunter can maybe play like Ret BM. But yeah, it's not that great. That's scary that they had the bubble and he gets MD'd on it. I mean, Wiz still has dispersed most of this game. Good like lasso for cross on Pika. Still a gigantic mana lead for Zhang. I don't think they do, no. They just play like DH Boomy comps and Ret melee cleaves. Looks like the Ret will die, probably. This is why they tried to blind Ret Warrior the one game, because they thought they would switch to RMP, but I'd rather play Ret DH into RPS than play Ret Warrior into RMP. I think Zhang is fine. Doesn't even have to wall. It greeds it, but Ascendance is fine. Zhang is really good at being greedy. I've noticed on a lot of fighting. I'm on Priest and on Shaman. That wasn't even that close, though. Wiz might have to disperse here. It's some big meta damage. Never mind, they give him a precog. Hazy Fox is kind of rotten here. He's disarmed, so he can't generate holy power to heal himself. He gets feared low. Fears don't really break on damage anymore. All he really has is a bop. It's not going to do that much for him. Darkness does save him. It's kind of like the last external. I mean, I guess they still have Link, but healer has no trinket to trinket link him. DR cheaps on him. He bops the DR cheap. Right now, I'm leaning on this being the move, which kind of upsets my prediction of a Liquid vs. Lapump final rematch. Wiz kind of just getting railed here. He almost died without disperse and then random kick. But yeah. He still has kick, he still has swap, Sturge still has link. They are like 5 more minutes away from dying, because Sturge has a little more mana. This is just basically a mana game. If Hazy Fox doesn't die in the next like 2 globals. Maybe, I think he dies right here actually still. He has link. He tops him. He gets wall off, he gets a double blind. Crazy, I don't think Wiz has dispersed this game yet. There's the link finally. DH has CDs. Shaman has Trinket Wall for himself. They have a nice little pre-Earthen here. He might just Trinket Earthen the blind, honestly. Now he's sitting it. Sitting the Hex, too. Crazy. I mean, I guess the red had Shield of Vengeance. The DH has buttons. No Trinket, though. Like, if the DH gets stunned off the Spear, it might be a little scary. There's the meta. Random silence into a Gouge, probably, or something. There's the pre-Earthen. There is Bubble back. Surge is Wiz has to disperse. I think Wiz is dead in like the next minute because Sturge is just Because Lapump has bubble. Yeah, I think Lapump has this. Best comp for Asa? Asa Fire can do some scary damage, but it's counterable by dragons and paladins and stuff. Same with Asa Affliction. Asa's pretty good at AoEing and shuffle for a lot of melee cleave lobbies and stuff, but the moral is you usually just get annoyed by paladins and dragons. But yeah, Zhang still has a lot of mana. Sturge is just hanging on Wiz has dispersed in 30. There's still some big meta damage going on for a little while. Ret still has bubble. DH has Trinket Netherwalk. The only one that could die right now is Zhang. He has no Trinket, no wall, no link. And no darkness. He Earthen, but like no one's in it. Maybe he's gonna try to like move it back to himself. The Earthen expires. He did Ascendance that. I'm a little scared for Zhang here. There's the stun lock into a silence probably. Existence is crossed and a hex. Into the silence, there's the Void Torrent. He's still kind of topping himself with it. And the Stormkeeper. Tops himself with NS. Instacast heal, by the way. Sturge is completely It's not even worth CCing Sturge here while he's I think just CC Peekaboo on it, on his next Adrenaline Rush, but Wiz should just die here. No mana, no disperse. The Link gets static totemed away. He's trying to RP walk into it with Pika. Hazy Fox still has bubble to save Zhang here. He bubbles the cross CC to get over there and save him. There's the Sank. Sank might just die the route though. He has an Earthen, I think, for himself. He's not in it. He moves the Earthen. Think he's dead. He's gonna get silenced soon. No, Wiz has no silence for 20. In cap on Pika. Holy shit, that's close. He has Link, he has Link, he just came back up. Nice. That was crazy. Okay, my prediction is safe for now. That was way too close. I don't think they choked. If anything, LePunk kind of choked a little bit by trying to blind pick the Ret Warrior. How do you balance MD with 30-second forward? MD just needs to go back to fast cast, shorter CD. And Forbearance needs to be 1 minute. And Double Bop needs to not exist. There's too many defensive CDs in the game that don't have cooldowns. Like, offensive CDs should be shorter than defensive ones. No more, I just throw out my, 45-second Life Cocoon or Iron Bark buttons, in the game, or Earthen Totems, like. There's too many short CD defensives that make the game really slow-paced. And then you can just, give them more base throughput so they don't need those CDs all the time. I mean, you kind of have to, because Moral Strike and dampening. It's just the PvE meta is less flashy to watch. It kind of lowers the match quality a lot, but people play a lot better than they used to because of all the weak auras and stuff. Yeah, Existence is EU, so he has like 200 ping. But you're allowed to have one cross-region player. Yeah, thank you so much, Wallow, for the tier 1 3-month resub. That's at 8 for the day. Lemon. Mage Lock doing? Locks are kind of in this weird state where they're really good at shuffle. And they're really annoying. But they're not as, like, tournament dominant right now. Mages are just down bad on ladder outside of the rank 1 mages. But they're doing great in tournaments. Well, not great, but, like, RMP can be okay sometimes. But in general, the true winners that are happy are just the Moonkins and the Demon Hunters. And the Outlaw melee cleaves like Outlaw Windwalker. And Outlaw DH. It's pretty similar meta to Season 3. Just even slower paced. But Warlock, even though it's even more immortal with Dark Pact being over 1 million now, with 1.7 million health pools, and damage being even lower, they just don't have as wide of a win con. Like, Affliction can triple rot people and it looks funny when Affliction Af and Asa are just dotting everything down, but it just has more counterplay, I guess, maybe. Yeah, my prediction is Liquid runs through the losers bracket and it's a rematch of Liquid versus LePump. And unless Sea-Doo has an answer for DH Boomkin, I think LePump takes the whole thing. Quite the underdog. I don't think Rogue Boomy beats DH Boomy. And before, they already lost trying their Asa Rogue Death Knight stuff. Maybe they have a new answer, I don't know. Like Season 4 Glide Mount? It's definitely a lot better than Season 2 and 3, yeah. I think it's pretty cool. Hopefully I'll get it next week before Kata comes out. Because, like, we have 25 MMR, like 2350 CR on my Outlaw Rogue. We're like 1 sesh from starting to get the wins. Still has a lot of time to deal with it. Yeah, that's a good analogy for it, yeah. It's crazy when your whole team's rotting at like 30%. But certain healers don't care if you're rotting. This healing throughput is just so overpowered. And yeah, like the scoreboard damage wins you on mana, but you're not immortal. And being immortal is the most important thing in a comp. And a warlock can die even if you do millions of healing. But Boomies, it's very, very, very hard to die. So they're just better than warlocks. I don't know if Zar's gonna play that much Kai'Da, to be honest. There's some new like SOD thing will come out and he'll just keep playing PvE content. But either then, I don't think we're gonna do that much Rogue Mage, anything like that. Most of my first glads were in Kai'Da. I was like a duelist on a dead PvE server in Wrath. I mean, there's already a couple gladiators already. Because yeah, right now we are... Yeah, we're 35 CR away from starting my glad wins, I guess. And then right now, 2, 4, and 3s is what? Yeah, like top 30. Yeah, there's probably a couple gladiators. I think Kearney got like world first gladiator or whatever. We got Wallow also gifting 3 more. Okay, okay. What is that, 11? Thank you so much, man. I think Glad's pretty easy as Affliction lock. Maybe it's like Demo Shadow Play or something, but... What happened to peek at the one time you went against each other? I don't think you did. I was on Blackrock. On BG9. And then late mop, they already merged the servers by then and it didn't matter. And I think that's when I started fighting him. Because I didn't know who he was. Everyone was always like, have you seen this Peekaboo guy in like mop? And I was like, who? And I was like, oh yeah, the guy that just got rank 1 season in 5s with Merlin. I think his 3s in like Tyrannical or whatever was legit, but like non-5s. And I had no rank 1s at that point because I was like always playing on BG9. Just said Glads. And I really hated 5v5 politic players because I hated politics. No, you can't bring titles from Classic to Retail. I mean, depends when your experience is, right? Every season it changes. That's why the whole rating system needs a revamp. One season 2-4 is like actually 1800, and then the next season 2-4 is actually like 2800, and then like there's just no consistency of it, and people just try to use their XP, and it just doesn't translate. That's why people have to go with like current season rating as like a metric, because just the seasons are too different from one another. It's not a percentage based of, oh, I'm, you know, platinum top 20%, or oh, I'm, you know, diamond or master or grandmaster. Like those percentage based systems are just better. I mean, the thing is, those numbers change every single season. And it's stupid that you only get to see your number ladder rank when you're above 2-4. And then you're like, oh, that's top 30 right now instead of top 2000. Prideful, because I got DDoSed in Grievous. How old am I? I'm 30. Alright, so we got RMP. Nick Rogue, Calvish Mage. I mean, rating is an important part of there being a video game. It just, the whole MMR system and rating system needs a revamp. Inflation is really bad compared to decay. And in general, the numbers shouldn't fluctuate season to season. It should just be a percentage-based system. I mean, season 4 is just a worse version of season 3. I'm not enjoying it that much, but I'm excited for Kata. It's not as grindy as Wrath, but there's a little bit of it towards the end. For Honor best classes for Kata, I think it's more like Rogue Lock. Rogue Mage is also really good. Rogue Hunter's good. It's a very roguey expansion, but Feral is also really good. Priest and Shaman are usually the best healers. Definitely wasn't expecting the Double Dragon as the blind pick though from Trill. I think Double Dragon could be good for them in Dillapump. If they need like a DH Moonkin answer, I think. I actually don't know how that matchup goes. Maybe DH Moonkin still beats it though. Right now, Kearney is still kind of keeping up in mana. But yeah, Calvin, Nick are way up on damage. Fire, like I said, can be pretty scary. It definitely does. It's kind of like a safer version of Asa Affliction. Definitely some scary damage. But it's kind of dependent on, can I spam Flame Strike and AoE people? Kind of mostly fake damage. But sometimes fake damage is still real damage to the mana bar. Which mana is kind of the crowning factor nowadays. Drill's just randomly exploding. Ogvoker's not looking great, huh? And I thought it's just kind of the blind pick. I don't think that's what they were expecting to fight. I think that's just kind of a gimmick on them trying to outplay Rogue Boomy, even though I think their Rogue Boomy could win a mirror. Like, I thought they would blind pick Rogue Boomy Shaman, expecting Calvish and them to play Rogue Boomy Priest. Shaman is good in the Rogue Boomy mirror. And then switch to Rogue Boomy Dragon in the other matchups. Or if it wasn't working, switch to Rogue Death Knight. I didn't think they were going to go Og Evoker. I don't know why they're trying to shoehorn Mez in. I think they really got to lean on Sam and Trill, unless they're doing the Rogue DK shit. But even then, like, that's only just to be scary to a Moonkin. But I think this was just like some blind pick shenanigans. But that's really bad for them to not have comp advantage on game 5 now. But that was pretty dominant. I think there was that one recent tournament at the start of the season that wasn't AWC that only like 7 or 8 teams signed up to that I didn't play in. Siege's team beat Calvish's team playing Fire in the finals. Forget the name of the tournament. It was like a little community tournament thing. Yeah, you never press Deathmark as Asa. The DPS loss. Because the dragons are just going to dispel it, and then you lose your normal bleeds too. So you're just, yeah, you literally energy starve yourself and lose damage. No, Calvish and them played Fire into Sea-Doo and then playing, I think, Rogue Boomy or something. And it was pretty one-sided that they just lost. But yeah, now that Void won game 1, they have to lock in their comp first. So I think they're going to like let it ride and choose Fire a second time, probably. I'm guessing. Because why change it if it's working? And then I think Sea-Doo and them are going to switch to Rogue Boomy, maybe. Unless I don't think the Ogvoker's good. I could, I just didn't want to. I didn't really have time. And we're also kind of like looking for a healer for Cup 4. We didn't want to like play with a Druid. Because Druid games are really long and damp and boring. I've played in a couple shuffle tourneys. I didn't do well in one of them when Sub Rogue was good. But it was just kind of the brackets I got. I got like griefed by Crusader twice out of 2 out of 3 brackets. And then the other one was like a weird Vanguard's fucking game where it was just rat comps are always annoying in shuffle. I had like really bad lobbies in my shuffle tourney. But I've done pretty well in dual tourneys, and one of the shuffle tourneys didn't go bad, but one of them went really bad. But in general, shuffle is just an RNG fiesta, even in a tournament environment, even with voice comps being different. Yeah, you do LFG Awakened for the Booleans, and then probably buy the fire damage crit ring for Outlaw. I mean, that's how most PvP moves are. They're just Omega nerfed in PvP. Wealthy Man ever get to play on Calvish's team? Oh yeah, they do have Wealthy Man. Funny they have 3 mages, with Nick playing mage, Calvish playing mage, and Wealthy Man playing mage. I think it's just Wealthy Man only plays Frost. He doesn't play like Fire or Arcane. But I think I've seen them use him a couple times. But I kind of forgot they picked him up, to be honest. But I mean, Gordy's always been able to multi-class. Like, I'm sure he's like got Ellie or something too for them. It's just Nick and Calvish already play like every class. So that's kind of hard to like fit them in, honestly. And they have like more synergy together. Honestly, they're like a team where they don't even need. They would do so much better if it was like they did away with 4-man rosters. They would be goated if it was 3-man rosters only. And then people would have more prize money too. I think 4-man rosters in general is just bad for tournaments. There's too many good people on the bench that you want to see play that don't get to play, and then like it makes the prize pools too small, and it makes the game too counter compy. And it doesn't reward the truly sweaty multi-classers like Nick and Calv that are playing literally on like every class. Just a mini map now, yeah. So they do bring out the Rogue Boomy as I expected. They stay on the Ass of Fire. They're not going to really be able to AoE this as much, and the Boomy is going to be way harder to kill. Now, let me see if Nick's doing any crazy gearing for us so different than normal. Girl's wearing a bunch of haste on Outlaw. That's interesting. He was not the other day. And he's using some weird mace that does fire damage. Weird. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I mean, Trill has changed builds almost every single series. For no reason. I don't know. It's weird. But yeah, he went full circle back to the Shadowflame Wreath as the way to proc the ring. But I feel like maybe the weapon he has can also proc the ring. Oh, he just randomly explodes. The way it's expected. I think Rogue Boomy ran over them in the previous tourney as Acidifier. So now they're going to switch to Rogue Boomy as well. So it's going to be 1-1, but Void GG has the map advantage because they won, or the comp advantage because they won the blind pick. I think the AUG pick was kind of troll. But now we're probably going to see Rogue Boomy versus, with a Holy Priest versus Rogue Boomy with a Dragon. And I think the Dragon should win it. But also, if it's Rogue Boomy Mirror, Shaman is really good. So maybe they'll pick Rogue Boomy Shaman. So just to be able to ground the precog clones and be able to do way more CC to the rogues with Earth Grab and Mass Entangle and just triple clones on AR. Way harder for the Boomy playing with a priest or shaman, or with a priest or dragon to play against the one that has a shaman. So I think you're gonna see some crazy clone envy from Sam. Next Wild looking. I'm not that excited for War Within. I'm more excited for Kata. I mean, Calvin and Nick just play every class at this point. I mean, the first two seasons aren't that bad, and then like the last season, it's really just only getting a trinket. But yeah, not that bad. I don't think you need to get like the legendary staff or anything. I think that's kind of troll. Oh, it's still really bad, but yeah. One item is different than your entire set. Oh yeah, professions are also a bit. Yeah, it's gonna be annoying having to level an ult too. Like leveling two characters, it's gonna be like a weak process. I mean, they should have done more things for season 4. Like, this is like the perfect time to experiment with things when there's like filler months, you know? Like, they could have reworked dampening or something just to see if it felt different. Yeah, this is exactly what I predicted. Rogue Boomy Priest versus Rogue Boomy Dragon. I thought they would switch to Shaman, to be honest. I think Shaman is better in the mirror. Surprised at Trill's gear, though, because like playing heavy haste right now. Haste tier helmet, haste pants, random weird mace that procs fire damage to proc the ring, even though he has Shadow Flame on it too. He's still playing Snowball. Personally, I was experimenting with some of the damage numbers, and I was liking dropping Snowball actually, and still playing Infurious boots with Shadow Flame embellishment to proc the ring. Because it just felt like you had so much more agility in a stars aligned go, having the agility on the boots and double Sophic. Win that series? Yeah, I saw it, man. I thought you kind of trolled going Ret Warrior the one game. I was kind of worried about you not having like comp advantage. Zhang is a fucking god for living that low, like with nothing. He's so greedy, it's so insanely good. I mean, he's just greeding the whole time. It's insane. Like, nah, Sundance, I should be fine here at 10% for the next hour. Yeah, I was worried when you guys did the Red Warrior game because I was like, there's no way, like, even with the not comp advantage, I would always want to play DH Ret into RPS more than I would want to play Red Warrior into RMP. But yeah, I was kind of worried when that game happened because I was like, ooh. Game 5, you're not going to have comp advantage, and there's like no little buffer. But yeah, you guys pumped. They normally beat RMPs Ret Warrior. On ladder, I see Ret Warrior struggle for other RMPs, where they just the priest, tunneling them into the ground. But usually when I'm like playing it with Stockman or PMake or something, we beat it. Yeah, I think the finals is you and Liquid having a rematch, personally. But, I mean, anything can happen. How good's the fire ring? It's usually like 4% pad damage. It's almost on par with what Snowball is, minus that Snowball does a couple 100,000 healing in a really long dampening game, which is kind of useless. But I just think Infurious Boots is more stars aligned burst, especially if you get to play double Sophic. So I think double Sophic, Infurious Boots makes more sense with Shadow Flame embellishment than having a shitty Shadow Flame weapon enchant to proc the ring, and then also having Snowball. But at the same time, a lot of times when you're doing good setups, you kind of waste your boots, like sapping things. No reclones on the adrenaline rushes. Both rogues are actually getting uptime. Actually, reclones onto trail. Doesn't get the reclone, he gets stopped. Maybe like a little mass entangle or something. He's just going for reclones on CDU actually instead. There's the gouge. Into a kidney. I do think going rogue is a lot more important now in the Rogue Boomy mirror than it used to be, because boomies are way more immortal than they were. You just kind of default filler hit the boomy just to like stop clones, and then you do a lot of swaps to rogue when you can CC the boomy. But seems like both of them are going boomy a lot more than they kind of should. Boomy is just way too tanky. But sometimes in deep dampening, an Incarn can kill if they like already skinned and renewed. Best spec for double DPS2s? Double DPS2s is not viable unless you're like a Gladder rank 1, like wanting to be hundreds of rating lower than you normally are. I wouldn't recommend playing double DPS. But probably still sub, I guess, but it's terrible. Don't do it to yourself. Play like Outlaw Healer or Acid Healer and you'll go up hundreds. If you care about rating. But I've honestly made Outlaw double DPS almost work at the same level as sub. Playing like the drink up me hardy, like AoE heal and stuff. And Iron Stomach. And just like having more of like a healing build. And just doing good setups and running away. Like you almost burst the same on Outlaw and sub anyway. Like sub burst is pretty terrible. And sub burst is like more waiting on blades. Doing some Outlaw half later? Maybe. I don't have like a low Outlaw though, like I do, like on sub. I'm not trying to be in the Dino bracket for it, you know? I think it's a little easier to sap the fears with sub. Like it feels smoother with sub, but this is still a little bit more. Incarn just ends. You're gonna do like a defensive killing spree maybe or something. Gets cloned. Trill has Adrenaline Rush back before Calv. He's got more uptime. He's only a million damage up on Calv, but right now Nick's kind of ahead on damage of Sam. Mana bars are pretty even. I mean, Cito's a little ahead on mana. There's a big blind go from Calv. But I mean, Nick's in a clone, so like all this CC's kind of wasted. Like they don't really get much with the blind gouge. And Nick gets kicked. They go for the clone off the gouge. He tries to fake the kick. He doesn't get the fake. He gets Typhoon now as an interrupt. Into getting cloned as an interrupt. They get some clones onto Cito. Yeah, I capped all my rooks. I capped PvE meta though from LFR doing the Boolean farming. So I'm just like, I'm gonna pick sockets anyway on that character. I don't care. Because that's the one that got bugged out of multiple pieces of gear. So I don't play that one that much. It'll get caught up like next week though. And Cal just randomly dying there. That was not life swap. That was just angel form. Okay. He isn't himmed actually with the angel form yet. I'm surprised he's not pairing them together. Is he not playing Crescendo? He is playing Crescendo. Weird. I guess he's just saving it to like real cast it behind a pillar. Why is he do Evoker? Because Evoker is busted. It's the best healer. That and Holy Priest. Holy Priest technically might be better than Evoker, and especially into like Ellie Shamans and stuff. Because the double dispel talent is really, really good. Because of the percent heal when you dispel talent is like bugged and doesn't get affected by dampening. So it's like really good into like dispelling flame shocks and stuff like that and rotational stuff. So Holy Priest is like technically the most flexible healer. You'll even see it in a melee cleave right now. This is like one of the only like Fodum Priest times in a long time. But Dragon is definitely better for Rogue Boomy, and in his general is the only healer that can compete with a Priest because they can do almost Outlaw Rogue levels of damage, and they have infinite mana. But so does Holy Priest. Like they're gonna not really have mana issues, especially with Innervate, until maybe 8 to 10 minute mark, when it's like 40 to 60 damp. They're okay in like the Rogue Boomy mirror for like grounding precog clone, but they just don't give you enough damage. And shamans can lose on mana, especially if you kill Mana Tide. They felt infinite mana last season, but they don't feel infinite mana anymore. I don't know really what changed that much with them. To be honest, I don't play shaman. I just know the perception of them is not nearly as dominant as it was last season. Also, because like RLS also really fell off. Like Rogue Destro Shaman used to be really, really good. That was like my team's main comp. Well, RLD, we couldn't play Shaman, but we wanted to play Shaman. Dam's just getting murked, even though they're not yet. There's the rewind. No renewal. He has Heart of the Wild, but he's not pressing it. There's the Heart of the Wild. Double Frenzied Regen. He should be fine. He's just going to lay on hands himself to 50 on his own. Actually, he comes out of Bear. You lose the Frenzy, right, when you come out of the Bear? You have to sit at full. Oh, he just gets topped with a random big Dream Breath. There's Bash Clone onto Trill on his Adrenaline Rush. He trinkets because he wants to keep his AR CDR going. Is he going to get recloned on it? Looks like he Kinney's Nick. He's not going to get cloned. That's rough for Sea-Doo. I feel like they should win that with the dragon, but I think they should have locked in a shaman for the mirror. Ground is that's the only matchup shaman's good is to ground the precog clones. Because then that'll put Calvish in so much more micro CC. If one Boomy has the edge in the clone war over the other one. How you doing, Razik? This should be best of 5, so there's a couple more games. Oh, potentially one more game. Or more. First West lost, now Sea-Doo. I mean, they still got second. And Rogue Windwalker is kind of their kryptonite. Had to move to. They lost to Dippy's team, I think. So they're in the losers bracket, and they play the winner of this. Yeah, they lost to La Pump. So La Pump's in the grand final, and then right now it is Sea-Doo versus Calv, and then the winner of this versus winner of this versus Pika, and then the winner of that versus Dippy and them. So there's like 3 more series left. So yeah, they just insta-relock in the Rogue Boomy Priest, as expected. That's what I thought they'd play the whole way through. I didn't expect them to do the Acid Fire, to be honest. But it was a good blind pick to get them advantage, because then they have comp advantage for the Game 5. I think Pika could still run it back out of the losers. But my prediction was that Liquid would beat Void GG and beat the move. And it would be a rematch of LePump versus Liquid in the finals, and that LePump would take the whole thing. That was my prediction. But I mean, just as easily, Void GG could go through. And the move could go through. But LePump has been doing really well into everyone in War Games. I think Zing is really, really good. Same with Existence. Like, all 3 of them are good. All 4. They are PvE pumpers in a Boomkin DH Cleave world, you know? I'm surprised, you know? The other thing that's good about Calvish, if they run it up, that most people aren't scared enough of, that's good on EU, is the Outlaw Windwalker. I know they tried to play it in a previous series, I forget what team, but they lost, played one game of it, lost, and then didn't go back to it. But, I mean, Nick can clearly play Windwalker, Calvish can clearly play Outlaw. I'm surprised they're not running the Rogue Windwalker, because, I mean, that's what won the whole grand final on EU. Really, really good comp. I would still rather see Sea-Doo play Shaman for the Boomy Mirror, because it just gives you such a CC advantage on the Boomy War grounding precog clone, but at the same time, just don't get faked forehead, you know? You don't proc the precogs, you don't need the grounded totem. Windwalker is insanely busted, especially next week when they gets 4 set, they're going to be really fought him. When everyone gets their tier sets on Tuesday, without any Vault RNG. That'll be a big boost for Arcane, Outlaw, Holy Priest, and Windwalker. And Dragon. Which were all good. Well, Arcane is pretty shit without 4-piece, but yeah. There's going to be a pretty big power decrease if you like Disc or Frost Mage or Asa Rogue. Because those only like to play like 2-piece or no tier even. You get a token for a free tier piece at 1600 or killing the last boss on Heroic. And then you'll have 3 charges of Catalyst to just turn your Conquest gear or World PvP gear into a tier gear. So you'll just Catalyst 3 pieces and then also have your 1600 piece. Whereas people that have 4-set already this week means that they had a tier piece in their vault for like the weekly chest. And then they just get a massive advantage for a week, which is kind of dumb, but yeah. I was not lucky on any of my characters. Of 6 different characters for like my Rogue, Windwalker, and a bunch of things, none of them got tier. Unlucky. First minute, Adrenaline Rush is... I can't see Calvish's cooldown until his AR ends. Unless this is already second AR. I don't think it is. Can't be his second AR again. I have to look, make a clip real quick and look. I think he just late timed it, but I gotta rewind for myself on the other monitor. Unless it's bugged and it just says he perma has AR. I think it's just bugged. Oh no, his AR finally ended. Yeah, this is a big swing for Trill because he's not getting CC'd on Adrenaline Rush, so he's gonna have way more cooldown reduction. Maybe he just got a read or something in between the melds to like truly extend that forever, because that felt like a really long Adrenaline Rush, but they both Adrenaline Rushed in stealth. It wasn't like no shenanigans of opening without AR. Nullifying up for C2, he's gonna try to avoid some micro CC. Kearney's ahead on mana, I think, a little bit. Like 60 to 50. 3 minutes in, 10% damp. Right now, Nick is 3 million up on Sam, and Trill is 1 million up on Calv. So like overall, team-wise, there's only like 2 million damage diff. There's just a little bit of a mana diff for Kearney right now. There's also kind of defensive cooldown-wise, both teams are immortal. Both Boomies have Renewal and Heart of the Wild and Trinket. Both Rogues have Trinkets. No one's really needing to use any defensives at all. This is a CC chain onto Sea-Doo still, but that was an Angel form before Incarn. That's a little scary. Generally, you want to match Angel form and Incarn. So this next Incarn from Sam is going to be kind of a big swing. Kind of dying on his own Incarn. He gets cloned. He trinkets the clone. That was a big overlap on Sea-Doo's team. That might throw them a little behind. Because that was like their Incarn go. And then they just had to use a bunch of buttons. There's a good sleep onto Kearney. Into probably a bash. Never mind, Sam gets kidneyed. They're going to switch the clones from Nick probably. Onto Calv probably. Yeah, he gets a precog. Trying to clone that Adrenaline Rush with precog. He doesn't go for it. He just tries to knock Nick instead. I guess he was trying to not get cloned himself. Now he gets the clone on Adrenaline Rush. That's really good. Hopefully he can get reclones into a Mass Entanglement. Going for the reclone. He clones Nick instead, actually. Not really prioritizing, just perma CCing the Adrenaline Rush, I guess. It is worth noting that Calvish's team is the burstier one, even though dragons do more burst than priest. Just because Calvin's playing spree. He gets insta-stunned by the dragon on his killing spree. Unlucky. What honor talents are they playing? Are they playing OP Cloak for the disarms or not? Okay, Calvish is playing OP Cloak. And Trill is also playing OP Cloak. Good to know. They want to class envy the disarms as much as possible because they're immortal enough that they don't actually need to cloak Incarn. There's a disarm. He cloaks the Moon can disarm, even though that maybe could have been dispelled. Maybe it was on CD though from dispelling a root or something. There's an angel form again before Incarn. Now C2 has a pretty big mana lead. Right now, I'd say Void GG's quite in the lead. But it all can swing on just a random Incarn. Like, Sam has Incarn, he's ready to pull the trigger. They're just waiting for some CC. He's trying to... Yeah. He kills him without Incarn. Okay. Or no, that was Nick's Incarn. I'm stupid. I was looking at the wrong Incarn. I was like, C2... Okay, so my initial prediction is over. Of C2 running it back through losers. Now my prediction is Calvish runs it through losers. Over the move randomly. Maybe. I mean, that's hard actually. I think RMP beats Rogue Boomy if you play it like perfectly. Just depends if their Rogue Windwalker is ready yet. But I don't want to see the Ass of Fire bullshit or the what's gonna take out the move. It can go either way. It's hard to predict. I think Rogue Shadow Priest really beats RMP, and RMP can beat Rogue Boomy. So it depends on who wins the blind pick. It's just a rock paper scissors of do they think I'm gonna pick this. Yeah, it was just a big Incarn go, and I knew they were like in the lead. They were both pretty ahead on damage. Nick was doubling Sam's damage that game. Your diff, I mean, I think that was just the being behind on comp advantage. That Ogvoker was a bad pick and blind pick, and I think also it was obviously they know their situation better than me, and they're the masters of theory crafting, and they have better results than I do with their decision making. So my decision making is just we don't have a dragon on our team, but I would have gone shaman in the mirror there. Maybe the Ogvoker stuff was like good in practice randomly. I don't know. The move already beat Calvish today, right? Or like yesterday, right? Yeah, I think RPS beats RMP. But I think Rogue Boomy is a skill matchup that can beat RMP and can beat RPS. Unless they have something crazier prepped, or if they pull out the Rogue Windwalker. But I think RPS can beat Rogue Windwalker, maybe. I don't know. Move versus Void? I mean, this could go either way. But my prediction was Liquid where ended up through losers, and it was Liquid versus the Pump rematch. So my main prediction is already wrong. But I think I'd pick the move here still, even though I want Calv to win. I just gotta jinx the move for my boy Calv, you know? Okay. But I think Lepump takes the whole thing right now, actually. Nice rooting for an underdog. What's happening, brother? Not much. We're just chilling, watching some AWC. Praying we get top 6 next week to make the gauntlet, hopefully. Because there's not a point reset. But at least we got top 8 this cup already, so. Definitely opens up some things. Yeah, I mean, RMP is really good for them. Weird that Ceruleum doesn't really play Arcane. I think Arcane RMP is better than Frost, but. Or at least it's more forgiving and dampening to play it with Arcane. Definitely more technical and respectful the way they're playing it with Frost. Like, they're doing really well. It's more actually on the Frost Mage getting a good burst rather than just like a random proc window into bleed, like a barrage execute. When is Gauntlet in finals? Honestly, I have no idea. Maybe you see Raider.io. Let me see. And I don't think they have it posted yet. Or no, Grand Finals is May 18th to 19th. So also before Kata. So they're doing both cups and the finals all within 3 weeks of each other. Like, they're really trying to speedrun it. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, the Gauntlet is the 17th. And then Grand Finals is 18th to 19th for the top 4 teams. So the Gauntlet would be on a Friday, and then the finals are Saturday, Sunday. Frost a bit more forgiving than Arcane. Defensively, having 2 ice blocks, yes. Rotationally, probably yes. Win condition of needing burst, no. Arcane is way more complex DPS and just our overall using more mobility tools and stuff. And getting interrupted mattering more. But you still have to work way harder to actually close out the game. Yeah, I would say Arcane is definitely harder. But, like, you have a higher win rate despite it being harder. Like, Frost, you have a wider win condition, but, like, the quality of life is lower. But yeah, you can randomly, you know, multi-100k Frostbomb Ray of Frost someone. What do you feel this top DPS right now in Arena? Windwalker, DH, Shadow Priest, Boomkin, Ellie, Ret. Most of the classes in the game do double Outlaws damage if played right. Well, maybe not double, but like 10 to 20 million more in a really long 8 to 10 minute dampening game. Like 1.5 times. Outlaws generally always last on damage if you look. Pretty rare that like Trill's actually ahead of Sam here in this last game, because this is the game where Nick did double Sam's damage. Usually in any given Outlaw mirror, like the Outlaw Rogues are 10 to 20 million behind the DHs and Ellies and Boomies and Mages and Shadow Priests and Rets, oh my. And Windwalkers. But you don't need it, because like even if you're last on damage, you still see a billion Outlaw Rogues in every tournament. Has a good kit. And at that point, it's like, why play sub if Outlaw has a similar kit to sub while just being twice as much damage as sub? Like if you're getting, you know, you're that far behind on damage on Outlaw, imagine how far behind on damage you'd be as a sub rogue. Like sub rogue would be doing less damage than healers almost, while having the same utility as Outlaw and being less tanky and less mobile than Outlaw. So just like the quality of life of Outlaw is just infinitely better. Like if you want to play CC, you play Outlaw, and if you want to just do random AoE damage, you play Asa. But Chronic Strike, I mean, that's basically Cataclysm, right? Spamming the desecrated ground everywhere. What's the blind pick? Blind pick is always the most important game of the series, because it determines who gets the counter pick on game 5. So we do got the RPS against the Rogue Boomy. Okay, this is kind of what I predicted. I think RPS beats RMP, but I think RMP can beat Rogue Boomy. But I think in general RPS is the safer skill matchup. This is the most, you know, skill matchup they can both play. So this is kind of what I predicted. I don't really see enough RPS versus Rogue Boomy to know who wins this, but in this scenario, I think the move wins. But it's good that they didn't try to like play some Acidifier or something. I would have liked to see more Rogue Windwalker from them, but I don't know if Rogue Windwalker beats RPS either. Yeah, I think this is the move versus Le Pump finals rematch. Way too early to tell though, but glad they didn't get like baited into like an RMP mirror or something though. Or like RPS into RMP. I think Rogue Boomy has a chance into RPS, but it's gonna be really hard. Yeah, Wiz is already 2 million damage up on Nick. Tries to grip him to break him out of the blind. It's a kidney. Do a gouge. A silence. Sun into clone here, probably. I think he can greed this disperse here. He's in Northern. Gets clone low. Take going into bear. There's the beam go. Just gonna get Spirit Walker's Graced, I think. But I don't know if you can even try to brute beam a shaman. I think you kind of have to just use it as an interrupt on priest and be annoying. But at the same time, kicking a priest never matters. I guess you have to find a way to make it work on the shaman with like some kind of reroute on the root break part. Or like using it with stuns to like prevent abilities also. Where's the kidney? He gets mass entangled, so he doesn't get to follow up. Walks over to get the gouge out of it. Or he does a cheap shot. They're actually going Kearney into a silence. He's actually gonna maybe die. He gets the swap off. That was way too close. Yeah, I don't like the undead pick from him here. I don't think Wiz is actually gonna get to him to fear him that often. I would have liked to see him do Orc Priest, kind of like this, like Sturge was doing. I think Orc Priest is pretty good. That wouldn't the double cheap shot into silence there, or kidney into cheap into silence, wouldn't have been as scary if he was an Orc. He would have been at like 40%, maybe 30. But nah, he almost died of that. He had a trinket swap. That was huge. There's the Guardian. It's not gonna proc, so it's gonna be a minute CD instead of 3. There's the silence. I mean, Kearney is pretty ahead on mana, I think. I can't tell. They're both high mana. It's like 70 to like 60, maybe. Wiz still has Disperse. Pika doesn't have much defensively. Yeah, let me play, see if the Rogues are playing OP Cloak or not. I know Calvish is playing Spree. Pika is playing OP Cloak to get out of disarms, so is Calvish. Okay. Hey, Savvy. I mean, right now, Kearney is massively ahead of Sturge on mana. But Wiz does have Disperse. They always can do these random turnaround kills. Nick's a little vulnerable. No renewal for 30 and no trinket, but this is a big Incarn window. Sturge might just die because it is Incarn. Still big Incarn damage. There's the Link. Big Link and swamp overlap. But yeah, Kearney still has a massive mana lead. Kavish doesn't have much. I mean, he has Trinket. Never mind. Nick is only vulnerable for. Okay, he has skin. He just trinketed, but he has no trinket, no renewal. But his renewal in 20, and he has skin to make it till renewal. It's just this big incarn push that's going to drain the last little bit of Sturge's mana. Maybe potentially. I mean, Wiz has no disperse. Pika has to cloak. Nick is still a little scared even though he has skin here. He has renewal but no trinket to use it. So if he doesn't get topped on this skin, it's a little scary. Kearney has Guardian in 20 and Angel Form in 30. But he still has swap too. So this might be trinket swap from Kearney. There's the trinket swap. He's kind of dying through trinket swap. Nick has a disarm here, but he's sitting in bear. He disarms him while he's in bear form. Nick kind of dying through Guardian. Guardian procs. He's gonna die. Yeah, the Incarn just didn't kill, even though Wiz didn't have disperse. The Incarn still didn't finish it off. Yeah, my money is on the move right now. I was kind of predicting that, but this is the best chance, I think, for both teams. We'll see if they mix it up with the combat advantage or not. Maybe they have an answer for RPS. Maybe Balvish will come in for some counter pick warrior. I don't think so, but I don't think anyone's practicing warrior right now. The class is not actually that good right now. But yeah, winning blind pick is the most important part, because like then you just have comp advantage on game 5. Rip Warrior, yeah. I mean, Rip Warrior kind of Warrior was entirely attached to the hip of Fistweaver. I feel like, but it'll get overbuffed, and then we'll get some stupid Thundercleave or something come back. I mean, Warrior Boomy is not that terrible, but that's every class's best comp. Survival Hunter Boomy, Rogue Boomy, Warrior Boomy, Windwalker Boomy, DH Boomy. I'll play the like gut Boomkin. I'm so over dragons and Boomkins, man. Like Boomy has been like the best class since like season 2. Been like a year now. A little 8-minute mana, 40% damp power spike. I'm gonna restart this queue so it doesn't pop. I want it to like pop in between the series. I think the move is gonna blind lock RPS again. Is the addiction kicking in? What do you mean? Rebooting up WoW or solo shuffle? Nah, I hate shuffle with a passion. I prefer viewer twos to shuffle. At least I can just tell the other person on my team to just not waste all my DRs. And eventually they'll learn after a couple times. Shuffle, even if you're like literally the highest MMR, everyone is literally just a bot. And everyone knows how to play against Rogue, but no one knows how to play with Rogue, and it's just miserable. Everyone just wastes your DRs doing random triple DR fucking stuns that are off DR in 2 seconds. And randomly perma-dotting the healer for their parse and never let you gouge. Are you addicted to shuffle? No, I hate shuffle with a passion. I think WoW needed solo queue. I actually am on team solo queue. It's just shuffle is the worst way to do solo queue of any game. It needs to just be a best of 1 melee range healer that people don't win trade in. No, I hate shuffle. I've been too hurt by it, man. I get rank 1 in Shuffle on multiple specs every time, but it is just boring. It is literally a CIA black site to, you know, waterboard secrets out of people. That's what Shuffle is, man. I mean, it wouldn't be a 40-minute queue to play one round because the healers would be playing more games per hour and there'd be more healers willing to play it if they weren't just getting win traded on for 6 rounds and having to go 3 and 3 because someone's an 06er. If it was a best of 1, your queues would probably be like 6 or 7 minutes. And at the end of the day, maybe sitting a 30-minute queue to play 6 games might sometimes be more games per hour than sitting a 7-minute queue 6 times. But at the end of the day, like, being able to small sample size play one game in like 10 minutes is really important. Because the idea of solo queue is, oh, my healer for real games went AFK to go walk his dogs. I just want to play one game. They played DH Minkin and Red DH. Mostly Red DH, and they're Red DH 1. The auto ad's gonna go off. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't have any snoozes. Get the primes in or the ad blockers going. Sorry. Or go to the YouTube. The YouTube has no ads. But no music on the YouTube. And I'm not as active on the YouTube chat. I try to be, but there's no way I can resize my YouTube chat. It's like really tiny. It's kind of hard to read sometimes. It's just harder to see the YouTube chat for me. It's also really troll that I have to like re-add the chat to my OBS every single time. Because the pop-out chat link for it is just different, and there's like no perma way to put the chat into it. Unless you make YouTube your primary streaming. If you're multi-streaming, it always tries to default to Twitch chat in the extensions, or the docs. Yeah, a minute in, dampening is kind of starting. Both healers are full mana. Pretty much every defensive CD across the board, minus Surge's Trinket. And a Bark Skin. I think Pika is ahead on general Adrenaline Rush uptime. Because Calvish's Adrenaline Rush is about to end, and Peekaboo's in his second Adrenaline Rush right now. But he just gets cheap shot into clone on his AR. Actually, he just tries to fake cast randomly. But yeah, he's gonna get a reclone on Pika and do a mass entangle, and he's gonna just fuck over this entire AR. Never mind, he doesn't. There's a precog into a reclone. Actually, he clones Sturge. I mean, right now, Wiz is beating Nick on damage. Calvish is 2 million above Pika. A little bit of a mana lead for Kern. It's like 90 to like 80 on mana. So Calvish, I do think hitting Rogue is better than hitting Boomy nowadays into Rogue Boomy. Boomies are pretty immortal, but you still have to default hit the Druid. You can't just tunnel the Rogue. You have to make sure you stop all the clones. And then like swap to Rogue when you have CC on Boomy. Yeah, no Trinket, no Evasion's not a big enough opening. With all the Boomkin peels, Priest cooldowns, and Cheat Death. Incarn versus the Disperse. He has a big Dark Ascension burst window in 7. With silence, everything. Pika's Adrenaline Rush is probably going to expire soon, though, so it's not going to line up with what Wiz wants to do, but yeah, Adrenaline Rush just now ends. There's the silence and the gouge, the Ascension, into a kidney. Oh, he just gets cloned back there. That sucks for him. Nick is kind of taking a little bit of damage here. No skin. He's just sitting bare with Guardian. Guardian's not going to proc, so it's going to be a 1 minute cooldown instead of 3. Clone's Wiz low, no disperse for 40. He's going to try to switch this clone over to Sturge out of this kidney. He's going to gouge into a fear, actually. No disperse for Wiz. Wiz can die here. He's probably going to have to swap Pika, yeah. Oh no, he just greeds it and he gets topped with 1 big heal from Sturge. He has disperse in 20, so that opening is closing. He'll have disperse for the next incarn again. What do you mean by what cure, Luna? I think SP Rogue takes this matchup. But unless their Rogue Windwalker wins this matchup, which I don't know if it does or not. Not sure. But RPS beats RMP and Rogue Boomy, I feel like. If you're Wiz in them. Not many people can play Shadow Priest. It does crazy damage, but very few people can play it. Another precog for Nick. Pika's getting cloned. He just vanishes the clone. Can't tell if Nick is playing Bash. No skin for 8. I don't know if they needed that Guardian, but... Wiz no disperse for 2 minutes. This incarn is still going on for another like 10 seconds or so. So Wiz is definitely really scared here. He's like kicked, so he can't swap for 2. He can swap now. I don't think he needs to swap, even though Sturge is in a kidney. They clone him low. They spree the Sturge. They're going to try to switch the clone to Sturge, but he's really lining Nick. I don't think he has the mobility to chase to clone that. I mean, you just have to be completely comfortable with greeting defensives and faking kicks at like 30%. And like the main reason SP is actually good right now is just that warriors aren't really in the meta, because warrior always counters SP. Like it's always ret warrior that just completely and turbo that just completely shits on SP. And those aren't really relevant right now. Pika's just kind of dying to air and a random priest stun. Wiz has disperse in 1. Mana is pretty even on both sides. There's going to be a little bit of a mana swing here because of this angel form. They did kill the Mana Tide. They clone Wiz on Ascension. He's sad. This is his fun he's being denied on. Big spree on the Sturge again. There's the Earthern. They get Wiz another precog. Wiz has dispersed. He's completely fine. Big NS from Sturge tops him. Earthern's about to end. Cheers the symbol of hope. That screws Kearney's mana a little bit. I think Kearney's off stun DR soon for Pika to go stun him. He gets to get the kidney shot. Early win at 7.5 minutes, Ben says. A good lasso. Ascendance ends. They're going to do a bunch of CC onto Sturge real quick. Right now, Calvish is a little scared. He has Trinket, but evasion doesn't do much. And he has to vanish aggro, so getting CC'd on this vanish kind of sucks on Subterfuge. Because he's getting peeled a lot on his AR. Vanish into half fear, into stun, into gouge, into disarm probably. So they're just perma-CCing the whole AR. Adrenaline Rush is over. He has a 2-minute CD on it, unlucky. Kearney's a little ahead on mana, but not by much. And there's no innervate for 3 minutes. This is a big ascension push from Wiz. He gets solar beamed on a cast, so he can't disperse for 5. I think he's fine though. Calvish and Pico are only 2 million damage apart, but Wiz is 5 million above Nick. Bernie is ahead of Surge on mana. No swap. Spirit Link in 30. Pretty much the move will have triple trinket available in 30. But Nick and Kearney almost both have trinket as well. Might be trinket swap from Kearney. Nah, he doesn't need to. Wiz is a little scared here. This might be his disperse. Because Surge is in Gouge. Big killing spree. Into maybe a stun or something on Shaman. Lasso to peel Calvish. He still overlaps the disperse with that. In Earthern with the lasso, I think he could have maybe sat that because it wasn't Incarn. So this big Incarn window in 30 is going to be really scary for Wiz because he has no disperse for Incarn. That's because these are aggro comps. If RMD was playing, it'd be 11 minutes minimum. Yeah, I think the Incarn is going to kill Wiz pretty soon. Pika can also just die through Trinket in a DR cheap shot. Through cheat death. The Incarn is still pulling the trigger. It's getting triple cheap shot. There's the link. Gouge onto Calvish, just peeling the whole Adrenaline Rush. Kidneys Gouge into Kidney on Calvish on his whole Adrenaline Rush. Into a triple DR lasso. Both healers are bone dry. A little 10.5 minute power spike, 55% dampening. Dark Ascension. I won't take the shuffle, it's too hype right now. I think Nick dies here. Stormkeeper executed him. A little couple 100k Stormkeeper damage, 11 minute power spike. I'll run the ad now, but it doesn't go off mid game. That's what, 2-0 right now? Kind of. Lock in the same comps, not a reverse sweep. I mean, it could be a reverse sweep. You never know. But pretty hard being down 0-2 to actually run it back, unless someone tilts. I didn't see that many huge mistakes on Calvish's side. Like the only like mistake on Pika's side was the lasso Earthern disperse overlap, but and even then that was still might have needed to. You never know with Incarn. See if it's the 3-0 or not. Both rogues pre-AR and stealth is normal. Pika gets the opening stun on Cal before he gets stunned, so he's gonna have a lot more adrenaline rush uptime. A little scary for Kearney playing the undead. He doesn't really get feared that much by Wiz. I would still like to see him play Orc. Because that could have saved his Guardian if he was an Orc. There's the Angel Hymn just to stay ahead on mana. That was kind of before the Ascension. So now Wiz has this big Ascension go ramped up and Kearney's out of Angel. He gets the fear on Kern. I guess he's going to will that probably. I mean, I guess he reads it. Into the grapple kidney. They're going to go him out in the middle of the map at low HP, no Guardian. Yeah, he's going to have to trigger Desperate Prayer or he dies. Yeah. Well, that was... Hey, at least they saved 10 minutes, I guess. That was a little anticlimactic, though. He'd just tank that as an Orc, though, I feel like. Well, not entirely, but that might have been able to let his team peel and greed the initial Guardian. But he still would have had to trinket that second go, even as an Orc. And even then, he might die in the recheap shot. It was just like the Angel form was weird, because they didn't commit Ascension yet. But I guess he was just trying to like outplay CC or something. But I mean, other people also could have trinketed to peel. Like maybe it was just how the communications were going. Like maybe Calv said, "Don't, I'll peel" or something, and then the precog, because like no one expects Void Torrent to get fake casted, and then he's like still in like death range because of the precog. Whereas if he gets like kicked on the Void Torrent, he can't like death or do like the multi 100k Shadow Word Pain there and stuff. Probably just, you know, miscommunication or something. But yeah, that's a 3-0. So it is going to be a La Pump versus the Move finals. At least I predicted La Pump going to the finals correctly. I thought Liquid was going to run it through losers, but... Fear pathing, that's true too. Fears just don't break on damage really anymore. Kind of bullshit. Finals are tonight, yeah. I thought he was just going to either free, like, will the fear and get CC'd on it. Even though it'd be bad, because he would just get lassoed if he willed that. I think. I don't know if he lassoed yet, because the UI doesn't track it. Yeah, I don't think even Trinket Desperate Pair saves him there. It would have to be Trinket Swap. But yeah, he like his corpse trinketed and got silenced. Like that was as sus of a silence on Trinket as the WizCake killing Spirit Link instantaneously. Honestly, I didn't even notice it the first time until the replay. Because like that was like silencing his corpse because his corpse trinketed. Maybe he lagged there. Because it looks like his dead body trinkets. And he gets pre-silenced on his trinket. It's like he trinkets like I don't know, he did trinket like 5%. Fakes the Void Torrent Void Torrent .1 silences the trinket. That's a check him PC. Yeah, that Spirit Link was so sus. Everyone actually thought he was cheating in that Spirit Link. But apparently he has like a mouse over Shadow Word Pain that he was like pre-spamming on where the link was gonna be, like predicting where the link would be. But that was definitely a check him PC moment right there. How long till grand finals? Probably a couple minutes. Yeah, I think LePump takes the whole thing, maybe. But I mean, maybe the move runs it back. RPS versus Ret DH looked really close, and maybe the move just has to figure it out. Usually they kind of need like a little while to like formulate what they're gonna do. Lock in. I mean, yeah, that's like LePump put them in the losers bracket, but yeah, they could run it back. But my prediction was LePump versus Liquid running it through losers, and that LePump would win the whole thing. I still think LePump can beat the move because they already beat them once before. But Red DH into RPS looked very, very, very close. How close is it? For which series? For LePump versus the move? It was pretty close. I think it was 3-2, wasn't it? Zhang was playing out of his mind with greed. And they were generally getting a slight mana lead and winning on mana. I think they go back to RP? No. Maybe for the blind pick as like a super five head mind game if they want to risk the entire series of their match point comp advantage. They'll play RMP predicting Rat Warrior. Because maybe Dippy and them will try to preemptively blind pick Rat Warrior. Just to try to cheese RPS and start out 1-0. But that's like greedy gambling. Like the skill reliable matchup is going to be that they lock in the Ret DH and RPS. I mean, RMP could maybe kill Ret DH and can maybe beat RMP. I think their RPS is better than their RMP. But Ceruleum is insane. But maybe they'll run RMP just for the storyline, yeah. Be like, we won RMP in a tournament. I think they did win some of the RMP games. In general, the EU mages are better than the NA mages. I like playing with Hansel and Aegis sometimes, but I don't think I sound like them. But and I think just growing your hair out is not a haircut. I mean, in general, EU has a lot of like amazing mages that all multi-class, like Raikou, Thesha, Maru. NA has kind of been just like the Ceruleum Wealthy Man show, and then now Cubsy on me. Like, there's a pretty big difference in like the top tournament mages and like the normal ladder pushers. It'd be like comparing me to Waz, you know, it's a pretty big diff. I'm sweaty as hell, but I don't have like synergy because I switch teammates like every season. I don't know, Dippy's doing pretty solid on Boomy. And then most Boomies are just alts. It's always just like a mage player on their alt or something like that. It's just better than mage most of the time. Boomy's been like the best class since like season 2. Like, most of the Boomies are just people that are alting it and they're fed up with it. Yeah, series starts in 2 minutes. That's because he hasn't needed to switch off of it. If they nerfed Boomy into the ground, you know, I don't know what he'd play. I don't watch that much anime. There's a couple shows and stuff, but I don't really watch a lot of shows in general or movies. I kind of watch a lot of YouTube. I missed the grand finals. No, they're about to start in a minute. It's gonna be Le Pump versus the Move. I think the last movie I went and saw was Everything Everywhere All at Once. I think that was like the last movie I went to go see. I don't watch a lot of movies either, apparently. Just purely YouTube and streaming. Occasionally there's like a good, like, you know, bingeable comedy that I like. Like, I love Silicon Valley. I love the IT Crowd. Heart of the King? Okay, that's even further than me. Okay. Yeah, the mean jerk time. Yeah, that's from Silicon Valley. With that, my ability to get two at a time. Middle out. Silicon Valley's great. Why I just love this guy fucks. Just even just like that single-handedly bleeds through into like arena shot calls of just, you know. Jared as a character is just so good in that show. We got 30k channel points voting on the pump. I mean, dang. Yeah, Zhang is insane. I guess he just didn't put his socials up on the thread on the Discord. He won last AWC. I mean, this is the first cup of this season. But I think Sidu won season 3. I forget who won season 3 already. I think it was Sidu. Not 100% though. I'm like 85% sure. His blind pick better be red DH versus RPS. I think the move is better at adapting. Okay, so it's DH Boomy versus RPS. I feel like the red DH is a better fit for this matchup. I don't think they're throwing. I think it's still a skill matchup. It's winnable. DH Moonkin is really, really good. But I think gambling with Ret Warrior is really bad. Because if you try to Ret Warrior whiz down, there's a 50-50 that they pick RMP and you just lose game 1 and then you lose your comp advantage. You only pick Ret Warrior when you lose. So every time Peekaboo wins a game, they're going to switch to RMP to try to avoid Ret Warrior. I would import an EU mage. And then I would try to steal Zhang, probably. Or, I don't know. I mean, I'm really happy with Joxy. Joxy's pumping right now. But, I mean, I'm happy with my current team in general. We just gotta iron out some kinks and have the meta fit. It sucks that Joxy doesn't have Dragon, but... Because Rogue Boomy doesn't feel good without a Dragon. But I think we could maybe Rogue Boomy Priest more, instead of trying to force Rogue Boomy Shaman sometimes. I predicted Liquid versus LePomp, yeah. I knew LePomp would go through, but... And then my secondary pick was LePomp versus the move. If Priest gets Omega nerfed, they probably will because Blizzard hates Priest. I really don't want to go back to another boring Ardred meta, but I don't think they'll make any changes before AWC. Sadly. They didn't in Season 3. They had all of the Season 3 tournaments and finals be the same meta. And this is the same meta as that meta. So we're going to have like 6 tournaments that are identical. Yeah, Dippy has been pumping this whole tourney. I'm like almost undefeated with him on ladder playing Rogue Boomy. He mains Boomy. Yeah. Me, him, and JWab playing Dragon have just been like steamrolling ladder. It's nice. Even though J1 main Shadow Priest. But yeah, right now, mana-wise, Zhang is way ahead of Sturge, just like last time. Existence is 4 million damage up on Wiz. Pika is struggling to do half the damage of Existence, less than half the damage. Yeah, I think if Zhang wins, and like if LePump wins, and they have to blind pick, they will pick. They'll default to this, and then they'll pick Ret Warrior if they lose. And then Pika, if they lose, they'll switch to RMP to try to counter comp Ret Warrior. So you can't blind pick Ret Warrior if you win a game. But they just take turns countering each other, so imagine the first game is the most important game. Hopefully Dippy doesn't greed here too much. He trinkets and renewals and skins. That's a lot of CDs. But at the end of the day, as long as they hold on here, they win on mana. Right now it's like 80 to 50 on mana. Next go is going to be a little scary for Dippy because Wiz has Ascension in 30 and Pika will have Adrenaline Rush as well. But about 15, they're going to have a really big Wombo, Ascension, Silence, Adrenaline Rush bang. Unless he just Adrenaline Rushes on CD without Wiz being ready. But it seems like Pika's being really smart and holding on to it. Oh, there's the AR. The real go is in like 15, but I think honestly if he extends it with the... If he gets a re-stealth off this, it's really good. He got the re. That's huge. That helps him keep his Adrenaline Rush for like ever. Because he's going to dance, and then he's going to have Vanish back, and then he's going to have probably Meld. So he'll have it for this whole Ascension window. Here's Dark Ascension from Wiz. I like that Pika's hitting Zhang more. I think that's really important because he needs to kill the Healing Stream totems. And the Mana Tide totem. I think that was Mana Tide he just killed. I can't tell because there's no tool tips, but it looked a little different. Full lasso on Pika. He gets gripped back. He's going on the Dippy now. Dippy's going to have a big Incarn window in 15. I think Calvish is the best rogue in NA. Also proccing Water Shield. I mean, it's okay. Like, they still have a mana lead regardless of Water Shield. Or, like, mana behind. Like, even before Pika was hitting him, they were behind on mana. I don't think Water Shield makes that huge. Pika running the weird mace that Phil was running? I can check. I don't think so. He's not. Yeah, right now Existence is 33 million damage. So he's more than double Pika's damage. The gearing, it's like Surge is at like 30% mana. Dippy is really safe. He's got Trinket and Renewal. Big Incarn push in 40. Existence is a little scared not having Trinket, because I think he Trinketed aggro. Or Trinketed to peel someone, I'm not sure. Wiz has no disperse for 1 minute. Surge is almost doom already. Here's a big Ascension push. Dippy's already sitting bare, ready for it. Disarms Pika on the Ascension. Where's the Void Torrent? No, Dippy's in winner's bracket. Their team beat the move. They sent the move to the losers. Especially with the red DH. But the moral of the story in all of those games was Zhang winning on mana, which is what's happening right now. And right now, Wiz is 7 million up on Dippy. And Existence is pretty much doubling everyone but Wiz. He's only 12 million ahead of Wiz. Yeah, 45 million DH versus 20 million Rogue. Unlucky. 7-minute power spike, 36% dampening. The Stormkeeper could kill Existence here for no trinket. He does have Netherwalk. He's being a little greedy. Good backflip. Stuns Pika off himself. Weird to see Existence constantly like use Essence Break and Hunt without Eye Beam in meta. Maybe that's why my DH is dog shit. I will only try to do them in meta. And I feel like I just get peeled on every Eye Beam. I need to just press all my buttons literally on CD. No matter what. Because he is just fucking pumping. 106k DPS for 7.5 minutes straight. If he knows he'll get the start on it, maybe. I mean, he just doesn't care. If it hits like 100k less, whatever, you know. It's gonna be available more often. You can fit like 1 or 2 more of them in a game by not waiting 10 seconds sometimes. Big AoE stun. What says no disperse for 45? They're just bone dry. He sigils to fear their interrupt. Thing has like 30% mana left versus 0. There's the Ascendance. Heals. Resist disperse in 10, but Pika is very vulnerable. Evasion's not nothing if he gets stunned on it. There's a lasso around a pillar. They're coming in to CC, search for the win, but they honestly don't need to CC. In this slate of dampening, CC on healer is pointless. You're going to help him regen mana. You just CC the DPS to get more ahead on HP. Because healing is so devalued here anyway. So I like that they're just prioing all their CC peeling the rogue more, especially on Adrenaline Rush. Wiz should be dying here. No disperse for 2 minutes. He's low and he has meta up. And it's still Incarn. There's no way he lives this. I mean, they're making a miracle. But there's no way. Triple death sweep. They've been bone dry for like 2 minutes. Okay, there we go. Oh, there's no way he should have lived that long while being But yeah, the moral of this matchup is just Zhang wins on mana. And DH is bugged because it does 20 million above every other DPS and like I swear they like bugged DH because in season 3 the tier set for DH was not nerfed in PvP properly because all tier sets are nerfed in half. And they took the entire season and waiting till after AWC was over to fix the tier set. And I swear to God, they re-broke it with the new season 4 tier set. There's no way. Because like they scale twice as much with gear than anyone else. Most classes are doing less damage than they did in season 3. But DH is just always 20 million ahead of everyone. And that's with him being an EU player, being the one import allowed per team. Playing on NA with like 200 ping. And he's still like 20 million up on Pika. More than 20 million up. He's 30 million up on Pika. 56 million versus 24 million. 32 million damage difference. So now that they won, they have to blind pick probably DH Boomy again. And then they're going to switch to RMP, yeah. But DH Boomy beats RMP too, I think. Like, I almost just keep RPS and then only switch to RMP if they win a game and they're scared of Ret Warrior. Oh, yeah, I guess that was the scoreboard damage because of pets. So yeah, subtract the 5 million, I guess. That's still an insane amount of damage difference. To be 2.5 times above another class. I don't know what a class is Mike Alt. I think RMP is a huge pickup for them. I'm surprised how well Sturge Priest is adapted. I know he's queued like 5 billion shuffles just playing every day, being a full-time streamer. He's been pumping. Most priests are too lazy to set up and work priest too. They're just like, nah, I got Gnome and Undead, that's all I need. But pretty smart that he plays at work priest a lot too. The difference in mana is Sturge is running precog plus the verse embellishment, and Zhang is running 2 times Zone of Focus. That could be a thing. Focus. A double zone. I mean, precog is fun, but yeah, I could see how that's a huge deal actually. Smart. I don't know if that's entirely it though. Also, it's just that boomies are very, very, very tanky and do a lot of self healing, and DHs also have a lot of external CDs. Yeah, obviously Gnome you play into a boomy to get out of root beam, but it's like the melee cleavy things. Like if it was Rit DH or something. They added honor bonus BGs and Catanized. Like for the pre-patch of Wrath or like on the beta? That was pretty low. It was still a good hold from them. They didn't even react that much. Like Zhang didn't even have to overlap. He just kind of late trinket another walked and it was fine. He's gonna have another big Ray of Frost really soon. Pika Cloak's aggro. I mean, there's still Incarn actually just now ends actually. Zhang having a huge mana lead. Normally Priest can out mana Shaman, but crazy that Zhang is Is Zheng playing precog at least into RMP? And like non-shaman versus shaman envy? Let me refresh on my other monitor and look. No, he still has double Zen on. That's crazy. Like, I don't need precog. I never cast. I just press Riptide. It's like the Ellie Shaman approach. He's really good at Priest, too. I almost was on their team in Season 3. Like, Dippy and I wanted to team together, like, early Season 3 before I started messaging Nozam and Dopa. And I was excited to play with Zhang, because he is really, really good. But, Daisy Fox and them were, like, a package deal or whatever. Or, like, the melee cleave stuff in existence. They do so much, like, Ret Warrior and stuff together. But I mean, they have way more comps as this. So they made the right call anyway. Because I don't play that many ults. But it was almost a thing. I've been playing a lot of ladder with Dippy. He pumps. Mostly because the other boomies aren't on that much that I want to play with. Like, I want to play with P-Make on Boomy. Brutal Bacon is real. Where's Mistweaver? It got nerfed. But there's not as much Fistweaver anymore. But it's still kind of playable, maybe? I don't know. Can't tell if they're gaslighting, but I haven't queued into a Mistweaver in like a week. Like, outside of 2s. But in 2s it feels okay, but that's, you know, 2s is a meme bracket that doesn't matter. Existence is just dying here. No trinket. Gets another walk off at low. His blur in 10 if he needs to preload. He also has darkness as well. But no trinket from Zhang or Existence. So they're a little vulnerable for this next upcoming go, especially because Cerulean has Ray of Frost. But Sturge might just randomly explode. He has to Guardian. It does not proc, so it's going to be a 1-minute CD, not 3. Beams Cerulean because you can't really beam a Gnome Priest. Yeah, he just beams as an interrupt because it's still like a CS if you land it. Randomly opting to MC Dippy here for cross. Big stun on the Pika though. That was a good pre-dark. I mean, it's just a big mana lead from Zhang. He doesn't need that precog, yeah. I wonder if them going Shaman more would help, but I mean, I guess he's an orc. Looking non-incarn. I mean, I guess it'll still line up for the next one because incarn's pretty freshly over. Pika has trinket in 10. Pretty scary for Sturge since he's not able to play orc when he has to nomad of root beams. Super completely dead. I mean, it was already kind of struggling, right? It was just Fistweaver that was good. Probably better than Disc Priest, but I mean, that's a low bar. Well, that drink might win them the game. That's huge. Normal priests can be orc, not Maghar. Would you have triggered it to stop that drink? I mean, that might also throw the game. You can die for triggering aggro into RMP. It was just they needed to be like more neutrally positioned towards stopping the priest consistently. Unless they're like triple polying while the healer's max range and blinding a DPS into gouge stuns, like they shouldn't get that drink. He didn't have to blend the DPS to set that up. But yeah, it was in Shadowlands. There was a patch that kind of let more race combinations be possible, and that's when they added like Tauren Rogue and stuff like that. But yeah, you can be an Orc Priest. Like normal Orc. Your death didn't proc, unless you're ahead of me randomly. I got some stream delay going on or something. I mean, Zhang is still winning on mana, yeah. Normally, Holy Priest has some of the craziest mana. Like, Shaman mana is usually pretty terrible. I don't know if it's just he's defending his Mana Tide totems really well and they're not killing Mana Tide. Honestly, I should make... Oh yeah, there's the cheat death. Maybe you're just ahead of me. I need to make a weak aura to like kill Mana Tide. So important, actually. Funny because my team was like so against it last season. They're like, you don't need to kill it. Yeah, I don't like RMP in this matchup at all. Peekaboo is 17 million versus 45 million. And if you subtract like 5 million pet pad, I guess. Dippy's also like right behind him on damage. It's basically 90 million to like 48 million. Why isn't Dippy using Heart of the Wild? I don't think he knows he has it. Oh, there it is. And then, yeah. I think it's a 5-0. I think they switch back to DH Moonkin versus RPS, and then they only go RMP as a blind pick if they win. To try to avoid Ret Warrior. But at this point, when you're down 0-2, pretty hard to run it back because they're not going to get a match point comp advantage. Oro, yeah. Best of 7, same thing. Rogue damage. I definitely don't think CD and them are gonna play Rogue next week. I don't think, honestly. Even though it has like some good comps, I think they're gonna play Trill DH and they're gonna practice a bunch of DH Moonkin probably. There's no way. Like, why would you ever play Rogue Boomy when DH just does 20 million more damage a game? Like, I swear Rogue is just bugged. It was bugged in PvE and they like supposedly fixed it, but who won EU? The Outlaw Windwalker team. The Bikini Bottom Mafia or whatever. They clean swept Waz. Hey, maybe they could try Asa RPS as like a Hail Mary. Okay, that called it. But it's a Hail Mary. Because they already lost a series to La Pump to put them in losers. So this is like a rematch. And it's not working. Because right now you have to make some kind of risk. Because even if you go back to the RPS skill matchup, let's say you win RPS versus DH Boomy, now it's 2-1. Now you have to blind pick. And then you have to go to RMP because you're scared of Rat Warrior. And then they just lock in DH Moonkin and you lose. And now it's 3-1. And there's no catching back up. So this is the only Hail Mary they can kind of do to throw them off. I like this play. This isn't RPS? It is. What do you think about Mage Lock? No. HPAL doing alright? Not really in tournaments, no. Like Shuffle, sure, but Shuffle is just a fiesta. But it's not even like good in Shuffle. Like the best two healers by far are Dragon and Holy Priest. And then situationally Shaman. We got a new Prime from Wiser. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it. What is it, 12 for the day? Walking Dead still good? DKs are kind of mid. The only DK I ever really see is like Rogue DK. Like some acid DK, Mez cheese stuff. But I guess I don't think the Meep Frost DK rip comps are that good. Wait, what, Neji? Yeah, I don't think DKs are that great right now. And we got Cannabiotics as well with the 4-monther. Bumping. I mean, you just play Asa and you don't really care about CC. And you just do high sustain damage. You do, and then pull that out as a counter comp sometimes. I don't know who Zeke is, but I think unless it's like just someone's like name of like a player that I do know, but people just call him that, you know, like haha, I know Gex is Justin, you know. Zeke plays with Meep, okay. I just know, yeah. Most of the DKs blur together to me, man. So let's see. Right now, Pika is still last on damage, even as Asa. Asa doesn't do that much more damage, but it's just way more vulnerable. But it can sometimes accidentally 40-0 people with Kingsbane. Dippy's kind of taking it a little bit. Go to Feral, mage-wise. FMP. FMP is one of Feral's best comps. Feral Shadow Priest is also okay, and Jungle is also really good. Feral is really good right now. Boomy is better, but like Feral works for the comps that Boomy can't get a Mortal Strike with. But Boomy is still kind of a better version of Feral. Boomy's been like the best class since season 2. Dippy's kind of just dying here through Bear and Renewal. Well, Renewal's not for 40 actually. He didn't have Renewal here. That was Darkness to get some precog clones. Micro CCing Pika isn't as much value into Asta because his bleeds are already out. You really want to just like CC the dance so that they don't get a big Kingsbane. And just the subterfuge windows in general so that you don't get the big Garrotes out. Typhoons him off. There's the pre-earthing. They keep Zhang in the middle of the map with static so that they can get a stun fear. No silence for 10. They're dotting Zhang. Right now Zhang still has a mana lead because the DH is still doing good damage. Pika is actually 1 million behind the DH. He's not like getting 2.5 times. Yeah, Feral Dev is good too. Warriors aren't that great right now. They were pretty attached to just Ret Warrior and Fist Sweepers in general. But Warrior Moonkin's okay. You kind of need Cyclone in most comps because it's like the only good CC in the game. Because they nerfed all the CCs into the ground. And put this year of PvE meta upon us. That win Karn for 40. Mana is starting to even out a little bit. It's like 60 to 50 or like 40-ish. Beam lock on Sturge. Really good for him to just use it as like a CS on a heal since he can't actually root beam the run full casting Aura Mastery. Things getting feared here. They're gonna maybe golem out of it, but Pika's disarmed for 1. They're dotting him. They're gonna kidney him here. Maybe a DR Lasso or something and do no silence for 18. I mean, at least Pika is only 6 million behind, and this is bridging the gap for... Dippy was 15 million above Wiz even, and keeping up with Existence. Like, getting trained by an Asurug is so much scarier that now that Dippy is doing the lowest damage. So Dippy has to be way more scared because he can just get 40-0'd by a random Dance Kingsbane. But Pika is a lot squishier on Asa, so he might just be dead here, you know. Surge has Trinket Link. He links. Still has Life Swap. Wiz disperses. He could top his whole team. He has Healing tied down. He's actually not that scared. Especially with NS and 3. I mean, it's still a good Hail Mary. I'd rather than play Asa than just go 0-4 as RPS. And even if they win a game as RPS versus DH Boomy in the skill matchup, then they have to switch to RMP or they get countered by Ret Warrior. And you can't like catch back up in the series. So they had to do a Hail Mary. But I think they run into the same problem where even if they win Asa RPS, they have to switch because of Ret Warrior. But I mean, maybe then they could do Asa Frost or Asa Fire randomly? I don't know. But yeah, Surge is just going to be bone dry in the next couple globals. Wiz has no disperse for 30. Pika has nothing. No Incarn, but Existence has a lot of damage here. He has Hunt available. No Essence Break or meta, but an I-Beam Hunt should be more than enough to kill Wiz or Pika. Just kind of waiting to try to go stun someone. He incaps Pika. Not really a dance or anything that he needed to peel, but Pika's going for a re because he really needs big growths because he has no Vanish or Meld. He gets precog. Gets kicked. Argent Frost SP? No, that sounds terrible. Wizard Cleaves are only good with like Demo Locks, and even then, like, good players are good against it. Yeah. Mana Bar wins again. Well, I predicted LePump to win the whole thing, so right now it's 3-0. It's getting kind of close. A reverse sweep 4 in a row is kind of hard to do. I like that they tried Asa though, at least, because they needed a Hail Mary. So for the move part, I mean, Existence is a warrior main? I think so. I don't know what he means. I think he's always just played a lot of DH and a lot of warrior. They're both mains to me, dude. Just whatever's better of a certain patch. If it's a DH patch or if it's a Ret Warrior patch. What do you think class spec do you think has the best payoff in correlation with time invested? Well, I mean, that's the thing. You have to tell me how much time you have also. If you just want the what is the easiest cop out, probably play like BM Hunter. Or like Ret Pally. Or like Warrior at the low end. Like lower ratings, Warrior's not bad. But if you have like a lot of time and you want to be sweaty, but you also don't want to like sell your soul and be too niche, you definitely avoid Rogue. Like if you want easy mode, you play like DH. If you want like hard mode, you play a caster and you play like Boomy. Or Windwalker. I think Windwalker almost is easier to play than DH. Yeah, Sell Your Soul is playing like Rogue. If you're just a masochist. What about Lock? Lock is generally one of the best, yeah, but right now this is one of the few times where it's not. But low end, it's always pretty good. But at the same time, playing a caster in shuffle is usually miserable. Because you're going to get 3 melee lobbies that just train you into the ground. Like, if you just want, you know, sometimes you can do something cool, fail upwards, nepotism higher, just play DH. Or like BM Hunter or like Ret Pally. Demo Lock is really frustrating to fight, but you're still going to get ran at by 3 melee in like every other shuffle. So unless you're like a fake lord, it's going to be intimidating as a noob. You get nerfed next month? I mean, DH has gotten nerfed like 7 times and it's still being 50 cent, you know, like you can't nerf DH, it's not possible. It's like nerfing rogues. You just cut off one head of the Hydra and another one grows back. It's just an unkiteable, CC avoiding, CC dispelling, ranged kick. Game's balanced right now, I'd say. I don't think it's balanced at all. There's like 2 viable healers. Shaman is niche. It's ironic that Shaman is being so good on innate, but it's niche. You can put Priest and Dragon in almost any comp. Priest more so than Dragon. There's like 2 good casters and like 2 good melee. And like 80% of the game is pretty terrible. And if you're just not playing an S tier comp, you have a horrible time. You want a resilient class? That's like red or warrior then, but like warrior is not going to be as good at the top end right now, but warrior is generally a safe pick. But you can still get rank 1 if you're like a warrior moonkin player or something, but honestly, if you want resilient though, just play Boomy. The pump gonna be the new luminosity? I don't know. They're definitely damping. Generally, that is Lock being easier than Mage. I don't think I put Rogue in that category. That's usually Warriors more in that category for like the low end. Rogue is always good in tournaments at like the top end. But that's like above even the rank 1 level. Oh, I didn't even realize this time. Boomy just has good instant damage, good burst win conditions, because Incarn can just kill through defensives. And you are pretty much immortal. And you have the best CC in the game. Whenever you're getting trained and you're just sitting in bear form, you get Alkin Frenzy, so you get like perma Bloodlust Haste. So your clone is like a 0.8 second cast. And if people don't have like the best reaction speeds, it's really easy to fake clone and get precog. And then you also have, you know, Root Beam. Potentially a stun or disarm. But yeah, you're immortal, and you do some of the most sustained damage and some of the most burst. Yeah, Windwalker's fun. It's just really, really sub-rogue level frustrating. And just getting peeled and kited because you can't keep anyone slowed. But if you like trying to one-shot people sub-rogue style, Windwalker is just way more fun than Rogue. Especially if you could play Windwalker with like an Outlaw Rogue to keep people CC'd for you. I think Smoke Bomb is pretty good for Asa. What honor talents is he playing? I think Trill usually plays like Emo, Smoke Bomb, and then he's playing Control as King. That's pretty smart on Asa too, actually. I don't know if he needs Veil of Midnight into a DH. That's kind of troll. There's not any disarms or anything for him to remove. I'd like to see like Hemotoxin Control as King and Smoke Bomb. Because that's part of his win condition, is if he can just dance 40-0 someone with a Kingsbane. That could make Dippy panic, waste a lot of defensives too. I don't think he gets any value from Veil. Outside of maybe avoiding one global of Cloak, if of like DH damage, where it still bugs into being OP Cloak for like one global. Wait, is this on Boomate? Yeah. I mean, this is a smart pick too. But because generally, Outlaw Boomy loses to DH Boomy. And Shaman is better in the Boomy mirror for being able to clone or ground precog clones. So it's kind of smart to try Asa Boomy into this to just kind of be a worse version of DH Boomy. I mean, the DH is still doubling Pika even on Asa. But I'd maybe like to see I'm not going to do damage anyway. Try to play Mind Numbing 4 Poisons Ankle on Asa, which no one ever plays 4 Poisons anymore. But maybe that would just give you insane class envy in the Clone War. Because there are times where it's good to kind of sometimes to go Mind Numbing on Outlaw and no one does it. But I mean, at that point, that's just desperation, where you know you're losing on damage and you're just looking for anything. DH Force that's 100% bugged again? Probably. I mean, there's no way they're like scaling this well with gear when every other class is doing less damage than last season. No, Mind Numbing is just like a perma haste debuff, basically. Everything casts longer. But yeah, it's basically Curse of Tongues. And it's even more with Shiv. I think it's like they've nerfed it like 3 times, but it's like 9 or 10% slower. But it's still a big deal. But yeah, Pika just randomly dies. I predicted La Pump to win. When am I going to be a caster? Think you'd be a caster? I was joking. I would just be swearing too much. And complaining about the UI. I'd be like, can I see buffs and debuffs, please? This cooldown is missing. Can I see this cooldown, please? I don't know why Pika picked Asa. I think picking Asa was smart. I don't really have a guide for Asa now. Just like keep your bleeds up. Make sure you're not overriding like a Subterfuge or Dance Garrote with a shitty or normal baseline Garrote. Is it just because I haven't refreshed in like an hour or what? Seems like Twitch chat is like pretty at the same spot that I'm on, but should pause play. I mean, at the end of the day, Outlaw RPS was not working. And they had to Hail Mary something. Because even if they win as RPS, they immediately get countered by Ret Warrior when you have to blind pick as the winner. So they needed to find something to do. Assassin does some damage, yeah. I mean, scoreboard damage isn't always what wins games too, though, because like you have a bigger lose condition of dying and your CC is worse. But I still like that they tried to Hail Mary the Asa, so he's not 2.5 times behind on damage. Yeah. You'll heal for 6 seconds? I mean, they get out mana barred every game, dude. How hard is Asa to learn? It's one of the it's the easiest rogue spec, but in general, rogue is pretty advanced. Even though Asa is very simple. Because most people know how to play against rogues, but no one knows how to play with rogues. And you're going to get bottlenecked more by people like fucking up your DRs and CC and stuff. Whereas if you just play a PV class and you just don't overlap your defensives, everything will be better. I want to do rogue with right now. I'm down to do that tomorrow, but I'm not sure if I'm doing RMP or something later. Picks over blackjack, situational. I don't always play it, but control as king is pretty good. Yeah, I like tricks. It's just sometimes the honor talents are a little hard to afford for it. It's really good with if you know you're playing with a class that does a lot of damage, like Major Boomy or something. It just sucks that it doesn't benefit yourself at all. P-Cloak is still really good at just like uptime in general. Getting out of like a disarm or something, or like removing a really big debuff like Karma or Dragon Roar or something like that. But like even when you don't need disarm, like there's Smoke Bomb. Even 30-second cloak or 30-second sprint is actually pretty good. It used to be dog shit, but now that this talent exists after the rogue rework in season 2, having a 12-second sprint go down to being a 6-second sprint isn't that bad. That's basically what it used to be before the buff, before this talent existed. So you could basically 30-second sprint's actually not that bad. DFA is okay in like a 2v2 environment where you're like training mage healer and you want to like try to DFA a blink or a dragon's breath or something, or a blast wave for like uptime, but it's not that great. talents again. I mean, you could move rush setup to snare reduction. This talent is really, really OP into Frost Mage because of there's a bug with Ray of Frost where anything that reduces snares, there's like 5 different things in the game that do this, directly impacts the duration of Ray of Frost channel. So if you reduce how long Ray of Frost channels by 30%, it does like 200 or 300k less damage passively if you're just playing this talent. So yeah, this talent is busted into Frost Mage. And there's like 4 other snare reduction kind of talents in the game kind of like it. But yeah. Or you could just play the passive extra 5% crippling in PvP. In Shuffle, I tend to see some people play like Battlemaster since Asa is squishier, or like try to play Feint, but... Expedition team looks that? I'm not sure. Generally, I die through cheat death a lot, but sometimes it's just... Feint gives you so much value. Even if, like, you're not playing it. Like, the main benefit of playing Feint is the damage reduction on your evasion. But, for the most part, like, Feint giving you the AoE reduction baseline, the 40%. Most classes burst with stupid Mythic Plus, Diablo, Michael Bay, AoE baked into their rotation. Like Windwalker, almost all of their buttons except for Rising Sun Kick are AoE. Like Strike of the Windlord, Fist of Fury, Spinning Crane Kick. Then Sub-Rogues have, you know, Secret Tech. And then Boomies do a lot of AoE. DH is mostly AoE. Rapid Fire from Marksman Hunter, even though no one really plays Marksman. But yeah, there's a lot of AoE burst in the game. So you already get full value from Feint into just AoE anyway. And it's just cheat death is good to not die sometimes in stuns. You know? Rather King Questmog? I don't know. I don't think I've seen it. You still play Survival? I haven't really played any Hunter at all in a really long time. I don't play Survival. Last time I played Hunter was like a little bit of mop, I think. I have a Hunter leveled, but I haven't even set up my action bars for it. I like gold boosted it, and then I never even logged in it once. I have a DH. I played a lot of DH in season 3 and 2. So I might play a little bit of DH again. I haven't played any DH this season. I have pretty much every class leveled, but I've only been playing my Rogue, Feral, and Windwalker right now. But maybe I'll pick up my DH and maybe even pick up Holy Priest just to get some instant Qs. Yeah, it's cool to see. I'm happy about it. Hopefully we can finish our Glad wins next week. We've been like almost undefeated on ladder. He's a bumper. Because I want to get Glad before Kata comes out. Because the mount is pretty cool. I was wondering why they didn't play Red DH into them, honestly. I thought Red DH was a better matchup. I was surprised they did DH movement, but then they started winning, and I was like, okay, they know better than I do. But that makes sense, that he just couldn't play the finals. When do you take blackjack or tricks? When you can afford the honor talent for it and you really trust the DPS you're playing with. In shuffle, I would never pick it. I never trust anyone ever in shuffle not to be a bot. They will never play around your damage or your CC. And there will never be a coordinated window. And it just doesn't benefit yourself. Are you gonna play Kata? I'm probably gonna main Kata, yeah. Thank you for shuffle, yeah. Kata hella buggy. The beta is incredibly buggy, that's why I'm not playing it. Best 3 outlaw PvP talents to run baseline. Probably like disarm, OP cloak, and then the enduring brawler or whatever. And then you can occasionally drop those for the haste buff and maybe tricks if you don't need disarm or OP cloak. But the haste buff's also pretty good. You also could do like haste disarm and then enduring brawler. How good's DH? Very good. I think it's bugged. There's no way it's like scaling this well with gear. Like it's doing 20 million more than other DPS. Wow, he actually censored himself and said effing. What a crazy. Also, why are people taking Killing Spree now? I can't figure that one out, honestly. Normally, I hate Killing Spree. I've been playing it today just to kind of reassess how I feel about it. And maybe it just feels worse without Force Set, and it'll feel okay when I get Force Set. Maybe. But I feel like I just have way less cooldown reduction. And it doesn't seem like it scales that much with damage. It still does like 200k out of 1.7 million. I don't know. I mean, not everyone's playing it, so. I don't need those exclamation points, Emma, dude. That's kind of passive aggressive. It's like just implying that any team that's playing casually, you know, should still be winning or something. Like they're also doing a lot of war games and being sweaty. Anyone that gets top 8 is putting in effort. Seems kind of like you're trying to like diminish me or something with that statement, you know, it's a little passive aggressive-y. There's also a certain element of just luck and bracket arrangement and being prepared and all that. Yeah, but that's just kind of how it comes across to me, you know. Especially when you're contrarian to anything I ever say. I don't think our opinions have lined up once out of like 100. It's very Twitch trolly. I was just saying thin ice and all, you know. Maybe I'll get some viewer twos while I wait on this shuffle or something. I don't think my team's on yet to practice. But hopefully I'll get some games in tonight. I might do 2 streams or something. I don't know what my plans are yet. I kind of want to go get some food. I was hoping this shuffle would pop like right after this to end on a good shuffle, but yeah. Guess I send up some viewer twos. Hopefully we'll be ready next week. Or maybe I can SMG. YouTube Andy here, leaving my prime. Well, I appreciate it. I'm buying the actual Twitch chat.
YT Andy here, leaving my prime.
I appreciate it. Putting us at 14 for the day. Sorry, there's like a little bit of filler. I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Going through Discord and everything, trying to find something. Because I don't really want to go straight back into viewer twos. But now that AWC's over, I'm just like trying to plan what I want to do. But I also started earlier than normal today, so I'm like already almost 6 hours in. Le Pump won as I predicted. You asked a solo? I've been in queue for an Asa solo for 19 minutes. They definitely won on mana most of the games. Hopefully this meta changes though. I doubt they're gonna do changes before AWC though, but if there's like a boomy nerf next week or something, I'll be happy. If they nerf Outlaw though, I'll laugh. Because like, it's 20 million behind all the other DPS. 100% no changes? I mean, I'm hearing people say that there's changes, but I think it's just like a sources, just trust me, bro. I've had like 2 different people be like, I have sources, and I'm like, then name them, and they just won't. I've been trolled by so many people. Like, all the boomies are fucking terrified. Hilarious. And even though it's been the best class since like season 2. They didn't do any changes for all of season 3. There's no way they do a change for season 2, right? We pretty much played 6 tournaments of the same meta in a row. More than that, actually, if you count the finals. No, I think that's counting the finals. Because what, it was 3 cups? Or was it 4 cups in season 1? Or in season 3, I mean. DH might get bug fixed if it's a bug. That one's possible. I swear they just broke the 4 set again when they gave them the new tier. They just forgot to nerf it on the new item level or something stupid like that. And something's definitely bugged with Rogue, I don't know. Validated win with the bugs? I mean, generally you have to be better at playing against the bug or with the bug, you know? There's plenty of tournaments that Sea-Doo won with like a niche bug or something, you know? That's the patch that you're playing. Once it's locked in, it's locked in. There's no editing the Guinness Book of World Records, you know? Well, I mean, there is, but bad analogy, bad analogy. But in general, you know, it is what it is. You always double Garrote? If it's like a 2v2 game and it's like single target, yeah, because it's just a really efficient way to get max call points for really cheap energy. And it also makes your improved Garrote last longer. Because Garrote does way more damage in Dancer Stealth. And if you put it up the first time, it's like 18 seconds. And then if you refresh it early, it's 24 seconds. So you just get a bigger Garrote up for longer. It's also just really good too with AoE Garrote. Like, make sure you get everything. If they nerf Boomy, it better not just be like their damage. It needs to be Alkin Frenzy, it just needs to get deleted. But Cyclone needs to be a long cast. It should not be like some 0.8 perma Bloodlust, you know? It's way too easy for Boomies to fake. I'm debating changing my kick keybind just to be better at kicking clone, because it's so hard to like 90% kick a 0.8 clone. Because a lot of times, like, I don't know if there's like packet loss with my internet, even though I switched to fiber somehow still. But it's just Cox being Cox. My ISP is evil. Even with fiber. Hopefully I can switch ISPs soon to a different fiber. But I will try to kick at like 90%. And then it just like, I get cloned before the kick goes off. And they're just spam faking at like 80% freely. Because it's like not even half a second of investment most of the time. Wrong with F is kick. It's good, it's just sometimes my hands aren't pre-hovering F. So sometimes it might take me a quarter of a second to like go from like rotationally hitting 2 and Q to like hitting F. Or like rotational buttons of like 1 through 4 or whatever, 1 through 5. And A and shift modifiers of those two. For like rotational stuff. With mouse buttons, you're pre-hovering it. But if I'm trading my mouse button bind for my F bind, that means I'm putting dance off of a mouse button, which sucks. Unless I want to do scroll wheel kick, but then that fucks over my dual bind. I don't know. And I think scroll wheel is also harder to reactively hit than the side mouse buttons. And gets false positive more when you're pressing like scroll wheel in. Gotta get a mouse button with more buttons? I don't like mice buttons. I think having a 2-button mouse that's really lightweight makes you way more accurate at killing like Siphons and totems and stuff. Oh, I didn't get the big growth on all three. Gonna die without blocking. Well, he actually fakes late. It's a half a second cast time. I think 15 is way too low. That's even lower than League of Legends. When you add in QWER, summoner spells, pings, item slots. Like, assuming you have 1 to 3 active items in a game. And then maybe even potentially, you know, like 3 different types of pings keybound of like engage ping, runaway ping, warning ping, you know? It shouldn't be MOBA territory. You should have like 30 to 40 maybe. I don't think each class should have every DR of CC, that's for sure. Big arcane surge here we have to be careful of. I have a big dance in like 4. It just no block. You should just die here through altar maybe. Is he overlapping? Yeah. I think also a big problem with noobs with binds is there needs to be a predetermined default keybind set for people. Of like, these are good rotational binds. These, you know, are good CC binds for Q through R. Shift Q through R are good focus CC binds. You know, oh, ZXC is a good focus 1, 2, 3 bind. You know, like a default bind set to kind of like ease people in. Because a lot of people, they kind of just build bad habits with binds over the years. And I think you can kind of get a good default keybind set of like 30 binds that tricks your brain into feeling like it's 10 binds. Just because it's like, well, the modifier makes sense. It's the focus bind. A little scary for me here. Sucks that he actually disarmed me on my dance because I don't get the big Kingsbane that I want. Honestly, it was just a shitty dance in general because it didn't even line up with my Kingsbane. I forgot that the previous one already got CC'd too. Because neither of these healers just ever dispel. But I should like just dance with an actual kidney already being landed. At least this isn't the one that I want to death mark anyway. Boomy fakes me because it's half a second cast. Might be the denial of my 6-0. Even though it's a low rating game. Priest actually used a swap, love to see it. No kick for that ring, my DK's gonna die. Lucky. I don't even think 1 through 6 makes sense for the average person, because not everyone has long hands. I would say like a default bind set for people would just be like 1 through 5, Q through R, A through F, and Z through V. And at the end of the day, like, you can add more on top of that. But like as a default set, I think that's way better than like 1 through 9 equals, you know? Like no one's ever gonna press equals. That's just something they bind to their Naga, you know? Even if you have long ass hands, 7 is as far as you go if you're like Shaq, you know? Like Grayson pulling out the alt 6 bullshit, you know? Like I think having the average noob even have target 1, 2, 3 is too much. Like tap target nearest enemy player is like a default rather than tap PvE mobs, you know? I think you could make a good default keybind set under like 30 to 40 binds that accomplishes is what some people can do with 60. So that people aren't as overwhelmed getting into it because it's just like all just more organized in terms of what keys are CC keys and like actually having shift just be your complete focus modifier rather than, you know, mix matching. Like my binds are so mixed matched over the years, like 4 is kidney but shift W is focus kidney and I'm just used to it, you know. Not saying take away the ability to have custom keybinds, but like a default bind set is good for not having someone be overwhelmed or they're just like Q through R are my CCs, shift Q through R are my focus CC. That makes sense. What site do you use to go over your keybinds? I don't use a site to go over it. I just have a bind list here, but maybe he's gonna MD me if I'm lucky. He's going for it. Love to see it. Try to go gouge trinket. I mean, yeah, that's another argument too, is just the time investment. WoW is like 80% filler. And it needs to have almost no downtime. LFG needs a revamp, the ranking system needs a revamp to be actually percentage based with decay rather than inflation. And there needs to be more types of world content. And solo queue needs to be a best of 1 with shorter queues and less win trading. And more emphasis on melee range healer match quality and CC existing. Less PvE fest of 4 melee. Yeah, melee queue times will get longer, but that's the price you have to pay with melee being an easier role. Wish I would ever get dispelled on a disarm. Shuffle is just rampant with win trading because of the nature of 6 rounds at a time. That's why so many queues just decline over and over again. It's not always just DPS missing a queue from waiting 5 hours, you know, like it's 40 minutes. I'm exaggerating. It's literally healers just getting an insta queue and then hitting no, either just to troll people that have been waiting or to get in a match with their friends in Discord and perform better with their friends or perform worse without their friends. Or just on their ult, give games to someone else that'll give games to them on their ult. It is a disgusting win trade bracket. Kill with dance in 5 if I can move. Or he just dies to air anyway. But yeah, the problem is WoW is just 80% filler. Like LFG is not working. And they picked the worst style of solo queue possible. And solo queue is kind of needed for the game to not die. Because there's too much politics and too much networking. But low rating or high rating, sitting at 40 minute as a DPS because of the healer shortage. And all of these little things they've done to try to make healing more popular have not helped at all. And just alienated the few people that didn't want to play a PvE meta. Like healing is very, very overtuned. You can definitely feel it in world PvP or battlegrounds where there's no dampening. Where you're not waiting for a healer to get nerfed by like 40 to 80% for you to be able to kill them. Like you could put an AWC player up against a 1500 healer and it could take you an hour to kill them. Maybe more. Maybe never. Attorney didn't see no damp. The fastest games were like 7.5 minutes. Most games were about 9+. There was a couple 10.5 minuters. That is very damp. And in general, dampening is just a horrible tie-breaking system also. Much better to just do the private server approach of damage and healing ramp up exponentially until it's kind of sudden death. That is way more fun. Rather than just making healers miserable. And DPS barely feel it outside of just not getting topped and have to just play safer. And just caring entirely about mana every game. Oh, I killed the mana tide. Oh, I CC'd the innervate. Oh, I set up a meld drink. Like, that's just boring. Did you expect the winners? I predicted the US, yeah. They've been farming everyone in war games. And doing really well in ladder. I predicted the finals was going to be LePump versus Liquid rematch. That Liquid would get through losers. But, same thing. LePump versus the move. That was my second pick. But I still picked LePump to pick the whole thing regardless. And they did. Yeah, it's crazy because he's like Russian or something, so he has like 200 ping. He's like their one imported EU allow. Yeah, that mechanic was way worse than dampening. The crowd chooses you. And he's still like 20 million gapping people because DH is just bugged or something, I don't know. How's your weekend going? It's going good. Streams have been good the last few days. We're chilling. Yeah, what were you trying to link earlier, Gianna? Sorry that it got hit for links, but let me check the logs. It just automated gets people for links. Oh, you were just linking my own Twitter. That's exactly what I meant. At least the chatbot ones are only 15 seconds. I mean, usually that's how Rogue and Windwalker kind of are. But yeah, I played DH a lot last season. I might gear it. It's just the only class I haven't been playing this patch. Like, I have every class leveled, but this season I've only been playing Windwalker and Feral. But maybe I'll gear my DH last minute. I wanted to gear my Holy Priest too. Just to have some insta-Qs, but... if my team's not ready to do threes, I might take a break, so I don't know if I'm going to get another shuffle pop. That was a 20-minute queue for even low rating, because I haven't played that many Asa shuffles yet. I turned down doing some Rogue Boomy with Shifter because I thought I had threes with my team, but... we have been going for like 6 hours, so I think I'll take a break. And then I'm kind of just excited for Tuesday to get here because I want 4-set. And then maybe I'll start pushing some Outlaw shuffles before Kata comes out, and just to warm up for AWC or something. Because I also get to play more Windwalker on Tuesday, because that's when 4-set comes out as well. Yeah, maybe I like try to prep my Demon Hunter randomly tomorrow to catch up, because then he can just go straight to 4-set. What item level do you need to do LFR? Because if I just do the LFR to get the Boolean, that might get me vaults for a socket. Raid Finder. I need 457 requires for. Yeah, if I buy honor gear, that's enough. Okay. Maybe I'll do that later. Off stream. Like later this weekend or something. Yeah, I think I'm gonna take a break. GG's guys, thanks for the subs. And we'll catch you guys tomorrow. Good luck on the vaults Tuesday though. Thanks for watching AWC with me and enjoying my commentary. Peace.